Tobacco products is prohibited. suffered through that thing up top last year.
Oh, no.
All right, little payback. You earned it. Who announces the homecoming halftime?
Hey, there's a mic on.
This is the one that has like the acronym.
What did you say? Test. Never mind. Sorry.
Chris, I gave Amy, so I did not have the rear end at the end of that one. Because I tried super hard to keep that. So same exact script.
Yep.
There you go. I'll take that one. Did it really
Giving. Giving doesn't come from the head, it comes from the heart. This is the motto Kent and Judith Mueller live by, and it is their commitment to this motto that brings us to this stadium today. Good morning. I am Dr. Stephanie Wells, Vice President of Strategic Communications and Institutional Marketing. At Westminster College, today is a day of gratitude and celebration, but for many, today is also a day of sorrow and grief. This week, 18 of our fellow countrymen, women, and children fell at the hands of a perpetrator of violence in Maine, while 13 more were injured. For this, we too grieve, and I ask that you join me in a showing of solidarity and respect for those who lost their lives and for those who lost peace in their lives. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. May those whose lives are touched by this tragedy find comfort during this difficult time. Today we are experiencing a monumental moment in Westminster history as we gather to dedicate and celebrate the Kent and Judith Mueller Stadium and Vicki Miller Memorial Plaza. All of this, all of the grandeur, the amenities, all of the experiences and the memories to be had in this difficult, beautiful stadium are made possible by the family sitting before you today. Kent Miller, Sigma Alpha Epsilon, class of 62, and Westminster College jersey number 14. Kent Miller has had a long and illustrious career, creating, innovating, and holding his own with the likes of Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. And do you want to know what he has on his license plate? To this day, it's number 14, his jersey number from Westminster College, where it all began. Walking lockstep with Kent, yes. I think we should celebrate that. Walking lockstep with Kent is Mrs. Judith Miller and their 3 generous children, Sally, who could not attend, but whose daughter and son-in-law, Christine and Jordan Nappy, are in attendance, Daniel, who is with us today with his family, wife Jennifer, and daughter Jocelyn, and Vicki Loudon Miller, beloved daughter who leaves with us her legacy of appreciation for education in the form of the Vicki Miller Plaza. Miller family, it is our honor and distinct privilege to recognize you today, not only for your generosity, but your example of a giving heart and the heart you have for Westminster College. Thank you, number 14. You've hit another home run. At this time, I will turn over the podium to our college chaplain, Logan John, as we dedicate this extraordinary facility.
Blue Jays, as this holy water is sprinkled upon the field, we ask for blessings upon the Kent and Judith Miller Stadium and Vicki Miller Memorial Plaza. May this gift, generously given, reward our Blue Jay family with many days of joy, competition, and companionship. May each player who steps onto this field be granted safety and health, and the goodness of sport bring blessings to all who sit in these stands for years to come. In your holy name, amen. And I now turn over the podium to Bill Daniels, Vice Chair of the Westminster College Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Chaplain John. It's wonderful to be here today, representing the extreme gratitude felt by the Board of Trustees for the Kent and Judith Miller Stadium and Vicki Miller Memorial Plaza. On behalf of our board chair, Jim Morton, who unfortunately was unable to be here today, I offer the following message. This beautiful and functional stadium truly enhances our campus. We are greatly indebted to Judy and Kent, not only for funding the construction, but for their personal involvement in helping with the planning and design of this stadium. This facility and the Millers' many other substantial contributions to Westminster College are sincerely appreciated. On a personal note, I've served on the board with Kent for nearly 30 years, and a lot has changed at Westminster in that time. But what has not changed is the impact the Millers have consistently made on this great small college. With our deepest sincerity, thank you, Kent and Judy, for your ongoing strong support of Westminster College. Before I introduce the next speaker, I would like to share an experience I had just last night. My granddaughter was visiting, and I told her I was leaving today before she and her dad and mom left to go back to St. Louis. She asked me what I was going to do, and I said, I'm coming down to Westminster to speak in front of a group of people. And she told me, she said, I'm going to speak in front of a group of people. And I asked her what it was, and she says, she's 4.5 years old. She said, I have my first piano recital in December. And I said, oh yeah, we're going to be there. And she said, they told me when I'm done, I have to curtsy. Papa, are you going to curtsy when you're done today? So this morning as I'm walking out the door and she's sitting in the kitchen, she says, Papa, don't forget to curtsy. So I said, I will. So for Lola. All right, and now I would like to introduce Donald P. Lofi, Jr., the President and Chief Transformation Officer at Westminster College.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to curtsy, folks. Well, thank you, Bill. And I would like to welcome all of you here for this very impactful day of this celebration and of this stadium and of the Blue Jays intercollegiate athletics, and again, the steadfast generosity shown to Westminster College by the Mueller family. Again, we are extremely delighted to welcome Kent, Judy, Daniel, Jennifer, Jocelyn, Christine, and Jordan, who are here with us today from Arizona. I'd also like to recognize there's several dignitaries with us today, and very much appreciate you being here for this celebration. Also like to welcome my wife, Lorraine, who joins us on the party here, as well as our Westminster College students, faculty, staff, and alumni who are here for homecoming, and our families who are here visiting for the fall family weekend. I'd also like to especially recognize the staff member, Margie Lechner, for her hard work in pulling together all of these campus-related activities involved in homecoming and the family weekend. It's truly been a busy week, but an exciting week. Now, Bill and Stephanie gave a few remarks on the Miller's family involvement and what they have done for this college over so many years, and I'd like to add my own remarks. Their impactful story is one of devotion to Westminster College, and again, the story is worth telling again. The first chapter began, as noted earlier, when Kent was a student here as a math major and a baseball athlete in the early 1960s. He saw with his own eyes the construction of the freshman dormitories in Robertson Dining Hall in the Churchill Quadrangle, and learned firsthand how new facilities impact the student experience for the better. Fortunately for us in this college, he never forgot that lesson. The second chapter of the Mueller story of giving took place when Westminster's SGA approached the Board of Trustees for resources to build a recreation center on campus, and without hesitation, Kent and Judy made that happen. And so the Mueller Family Student Center came to be. Yet another chapter in the story of generosity unfolded when they made possible the Mueller Leadership Hall for our students with an additional chapter written, again, with the students in mind, was a scholarship for the Millers created for individuals from Kent's alma mater, Afton High School in St. Louis. The four-year full-year scholarship makes a Westminster College education possible for one student each year. To date, Don Kuhn endowed Westminster Scholarship, named after Kent's influential high school baseball coach, has produced 14 Westminster graduates. And today, a new chapter in this incredible story of generosity begins as we stand before you here with this absolutely beautiful facility. The 1,500-seat Kent and Judith Mueller Stadium is a testament to the Millers' devotion to Westminster College students, while the Vicki Miller Memorial Plaza stands proudly for all as a testament to Vicki's strong interest in promoting the success of others. A quick wit who firmly believed in the power of education, Vicki, like her parents, was a selfless individual known for helping those in need. She often would lend her time and talents to friends and family, going so far as to pay for their college and trade school education of several of her friends. We at Westminster College are so pleased Vicki's generous spirit lives on today through the Vicki Miller Memorial Plaza. As Dr. Wells said earlier, Kent was quoted in recent years as saying, "Giving doesn't come from the head, it comes from the heart." We in the college could never repay the heartfelt generosity of the Miller family. But as a small token of our appreciation and on behalf of the college, we present to them today this official chair, which represents how Vicki Miller is here with us today. Now, a brief story. Last evening, we gave the Miller family jerseys representing our men's and women's sports. We'll be participating on this field, and our students will be able to have other activities on these fields. And they were given out last night. You'll see in the chair, we have a women's soccer jersey with the 23 number for 2023 for Vicki and her favorite flowers. Again, she's in spirit with us today, along again with her favorite flowers, as I said. Now on the chair is the engraved date of this ceremony, and we look forward to sending this along with the family after our ceremonies today. Again, thank you, Judy and Kent. We can't say enough and very much appreciate everything you've done for this college. At this time, I'd also like to recognize the college's sincere gratitude to KWK Architects of the Lawrence Group and SM Wilson and Company, both of St. Louis, as well as GloveCon of Fulton, who are responsible for the design and construction and management of this truly magnificent stadium and Memorial Plaza. Westminster is a small college that truly makes a big impact, and that impact happens through the hard work, courage, kindness, and generosity of people like those who constructed this facility, impactful individuals such as the Millers, who, when you see a need and are asked for the help, immediately step forward to offer their support. Again, on behalf of all of us in the college, thank you, Kent and Judy, for making an everlasting impact on Westminster College. And now I'd like to welcome Kent Miller. He'd like to make a few remarks. Thank you.
The Miller family has been truly blessed. We've been blessed with the gifts of opportunity, time, and treasure. Sharing these blessings have allowed us to build this wonderful field and stadium complex. 5 years ago, we started on this project, and after a 2-year delay, thanks to COVID, we are ready for our dedication today. The Mueller family would like to use this day and God's moment in time to acknowledge our gift of this beautiful field and stadium to the students of Westminster and to the entire Blue Jay Nation. This is truly a wonderful day for the Mueller family and for all of us. Today is a great day to be a Blue Jay.
Thank you, Kent. Let's give a quick round of applause for the Fulton High School band. Thank you for being here today. All right, I know we got a big football game coming up, so I'm going to breeze through my remarks. Again, thank you, Kent and Judith, for this opportunity, for this dedication. Where I come from, when someone does something for you, you tell them thank you. So, student athletes, what do we say to Kent and Judith Miller? To my left, we have a football engraved with today's date and a soccer ball that's also engraved with today's date. We'd like to present that to Kent and Judith, and the rest of his family. We have yours over here on the field somewhere. The wind's not cooperating with us, but we'll get them to you before the end of the day. With that being said, I would like to introduce Olivia Bice, daughter of staff member Brandon Bice, to sing our national anthem. Please rise if you are able and remove your hats.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets recognize the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
How about that? Way to be a Blue Jay. Parents, students, faculty, staff, alumni, and fans, thank you all for your attendance this morning. Tonight at 6 p.m. in the Backer Dining Hall, we will be honoring the Mueller family and so many of our outstanding alumni athletes at the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Tickets are still available for purchase at the door. Stay with us now, enjoy the homecoming game, and go Blue Jays!
And now let's meet the starters for the Blue Jays. At running back, a junior from Mexico, Missouri, number 2, Dante Billups. At running back, a senior from St. Louis, Missouri, number 3, Jordan Kern. At wide receiver, a junior from Festus, Missouri, number 5, Brandon Perry. At quarterback, a junior from Springfield, Missouri, number 12, Peyton Byerly. At wide receiver, a sophomore from Avaz, Missouri, number 13, Peyton Olson. At tight end, a sophomore from St. Charles, Missouri, number 15, Bryce Westerfeld. At wide receiver, a sophomore from Slater, Missouri, number 19, Aiden Campbell. At center, a freshman from California, Missouri, number 54, DJ Snyder. At left tackle, a senior from Mesquite, Texas, number 59, Eli Shaw. At left guard, a sophomore from House Springs, Missouri, number 62, Brendan Raycott. At right guard, a junior from Rolla, Missouri, number 66, Chris Williams. At right tackle, a sophomore from House Springs, Missouri, number 77, Kenny Angelus. And now let's meet the starters on defense. At safety, a junior from Sullivan, Missouri, number 4, Dylan Farrell. At defensive end, a junior from Paris, Missouri, number 11, Devin Miller. At linebacker, a junior from Seabrook, Texas, number 16, Deacon Stedman. At linebacker, a senior from Eldon, Missouri, number 25, Dawson Brandt. At linebacker, a freshman from Visalia, California, number 28, Ricky Elias. At cornerback, a sophomore from Osage Beach, Missouri, number 30, Keegan Vaughn. At cornerback, a freshman from Osage Beach, Missouri, number 31, Connor Vaughn. At safety, a junior from Shelbina, Missouri, number 36, David Fenton. At defensive end, a junior from California, Missouri, number 74, Garrett Berger. At defensive tackle, a senior from Camdenton, Missouri, number 90, Marcus Stevens. And at defensive tackle, a sophomore from Sacramento, California, number 97, Joe Lozano. The Blue Jays are coached by John Welty, Albert Kern, Jack Russell, Raul Lozano, Connor Breckenkamp, and P.J. Bledsoe. The officials for today's game are referee Brian Harris, umpire Thomas Cooney, linesman Mike Wood, line judge Bill Treaster, field judge Tracy Seibert, side judge Mike Hoffman, and back judge Kobe Wyatt.
Until the coin toss.
She's got it going for halftime.
Hand warmers and hoodies have come out at Kent and Judith Miller Stadium, the newly dedicated stadium for the Westminster Blue Jays. Hello again, everybody. Final home game of the year and homecoming action coming at you here from Fulton, Missouri. It's the Westminster Blue Jays and the Greenville Panthers. My name is Mickey Doolittle. I will be taking you through this one on the final home game of the season for Westminster. They have one more next week against Northwestern. That comes at you at noon up in Minnesota. So Greenville comes into this game carrying a 2-game losing streak. Westminster comes into this game carrying a 2-game losing streak as well. Greenville 3-game losing streak. The story of the Greenville Panthers season has been missed opportunities. 4th in the conference on third downs, 5th in the conference in red zone hit rate and scoring rate, and 9 penalties for 92 yards last week against that same Northwestern team that Westminster will go up north and face next week. So this is a team that has had those missed opportunities. They're 0-3 in conference play, a transitive win for Westminster over this Greenville team in their win over Martin Luther. However, this Greenville team, they can move the football. Second in the conference in yards per game and points per game. They're averaging 30 points a game coming into this one. Westminster, on the other side, comes into this game having lost a game, back-to-back games against Minnesota Morris in a weird situation where one of them counted for their conference record, one of them didn't. They come into this game holding a 1-3 record in conference, 1-6 overall. So it'll be Peyton Byerly starting at quarterback today. A bit of a switch up at quarterback after Brandon Perry started the last couple of games. They kind of both came in and came out of that last game. Byerly got the majority of the second half, and he will be the guy today. The junior at 6'1", 200 pounds out of Springfield, Missouri. Last week went 7 for 13 for 56 yards and a touchdown. Had a couple of throws get into harm's way, a couple of interception-worthy passes. However, it didn't quite end up getting intercepted, didn't quite get that pick. So captains are out at the middle of the field getting you set for this one between Westminster and Greenville. Again, Westminster has that transitive win over Greenville, a win over Martin Luther back on October the 7th, earlier this month. The kickoff will be coming up next, and the result of the coin flip coming up next right here on the Blue Jays Sports Network.
Museums allow us to celebrate humanity's soaring achievements while also providing lessons on how to avoid the mistakes of our past. They can also amplify the voices of underrepresented groups while bringing economic uplift to communities. We invite you to explore this world while finding a rewarding career by becoming a Museum Studies major at Westminster College.
Welcome back to Mueller Stadium. The coin flip goes Greenville's way. They deferred to the second half, so it will be Peyton Byerly and this Blue Jays offense starting out with the football. They will return the kick, moving from left to right. They're wearing their powder blue jerseys with blue helmets, that bird logo on either side, white numbers with dark blue trim around the numbers, as well as the blue pants. Meanwhile, Greenville in their road white uniforms with black numbers and orange trim. Getting it teed up for the Panthers is Lucas Hiermo, the kicker with the big leg. 5 for 8 on field goals this year, 25 for 28 on extra points. He will kick it from right to left on your radio dial, but first we have a bit of a hold-up at midfield, right on that Blue Jays logo. It's a cold day here from Fulton. Temperatures have been giving us a taste of what winter is like here in mid-Missouri. Some of them in the 40s. We sit at 43 degrees right now with quite the wind going from left to right on the radio dial. So kickers will have an advantage kicking to that right side of the field from our perspective up here in the press box, as cold temperatures have really got players looking cold down there. They have the hand warmers attached around their waists in some cases, and we still have a bit of a holdup at midfield right now. All signs indicate that things look good to go, but still we have the referees congregated at midfield. But once again, Greenville coming into the game scoring 30 points a game, 363 total yards per game. That's good for second in the conference. They really feature this running game. Paul Garrett is the all-purpose leader in Division III right now. He also leads the conference in rushing yards by over 300 yards. He comes into the game with 906 rushing yards, as now the Westminster Blue Jays will trot off the field, going towards their sideline, perhaps to talk it over with their coaching staff again. Still no indication of something going on. So 15 on the clock, getting you set here from Kent and Judith Mueller Stadium. Westminster, it appears that we will be delayed by just a couple of minutes here at the new stadium, just built earlier this year. Westminster playing their first year within this new stadium. And we will step aside right here on the Blue Jays Sports Network. Kickoff coming. Welcome back to Mueller Stadium. We have an update for you why the delay is in effect right now. The medical professionals had not arrived at the stadium quite yet, so we're under a slight delay, but we can see the EMTs pulling in right now. That's always important to have, especially at a big game like this and the cold like this. So they appear to be pulling in. Both teams have vacated the field and gone to their own locker rooms, but the referees appear to be coming out of the locker rooms, and the teams coming out as well. So very short stay within those locker rooms across the field, right next to the baseball stadium here at Westminster College. And while they come out, while we set up, we'll step aside one more time right here on the Blue Jays Sports. And we are set for football here at Kenton Judith Mueller Stadium. Teeing it up for Greenville is Lucas Yermo. On to kick it off on the other side to Elijah Teal. Back to return for the Blue Jays.
Mikel McFarland back to receive for the Blue Jays.
Mikel McFarland, the other returner, stands to the far side of the hashes. And Teal, the other returner, standing to the left hash. 15 on the clock for Westminster to try to find their second win of the year, and we are underway. A high end-over-end kick that's short. It bounces in front of Teal, who fields it at the 20 off a hop and is immediately swarmed and brought down. Brought down by a whole host of Panthers that got back there. And amongst them was Caden Cervantes, the gunner running down the field. So here comes the Blue Jays offense, led by the new-ish starting quarterback, Peyton Byerly, who comes in and starts this game after last week seeing a little bit of action and played decently well. 7 for 13. He comes out in the shotgun, claps his hands, a play fake. He steps up in the pocket, fires outside. It's caught at the 25-yard line, and turning upfield is Trey King on the catch.
Complete to number 1, Trey King.
Trey King with a good gain on a little bit of a curl route on the far side.
Gain of 6 on the play.
And Westminster gains 6 on their first offensive play. They'll work from the far side hash, moving from left to right. They come out with Brandon Perry split out right, 3-by-1 formation to the right side. Perry, the starting quarterback for the last couple of games, couldn't play today at quarterback. The give up the middle is to Kern, who is immediately swarmed and brought down for a minimal gain. He went between the tackles and couldn't quite get up back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe he did. So third down and medium to short here for Westminster. A good start from Byerly on the first pitch and catch of the game. Little curl route to King. Perry on the year, or Byerly on the year, 107 yards, 1 touchdown, and 3 interceptions. And now a couple of substitutions. Elijah Teal comes into the slot, bunch formation right. Byerly takes the snap, but before the play, whistles come in, a flag flies in, and it looks like it's a procedural penalty against the Blue Jays, who start to walk backwards. We'll check on the flag. It's a false start against Westminster, so that'll drive him back 5 yards and bring up third down and 9. Peyton Byerly going to have to throw the ball into a passing down, and now many substitutions come in for Greenville as they will sub in another defensive back. They're in the nickel now, working with a 4-man front on the defensive line. Westminster comes out, bunch formation to the right, same formation as they had before with 1 receiver to the left. Byerly stands in the shotgun with Kern standing to his left. 10 on the play clock as they will take their time to get the snap off. He claps his hands, drops back, looks, throws deep down the left sideline, and it is incomplete. He had a shot at it. Trey King was one-on-one. Byerly put it in a decent spot. King just looks like he couldn't get back to that back shoulder and catch it down the sideline. So it'll be a 3-and-out for Westminster on their first offensive possession, and Dawson Brandt, the punter, will come out. The punter whose day job is middle linebacker for Westminster. And back to receive for Greenville is Matt Tiger. Stands at his own 40-yard line. 12:49 remains, just underway here from Mueller Stadium. No score still. A high, just knuckleball kick that bounces at the 47, and it takes a Westminster bounce going inside the 40 and will be downed at the 38-yard line. And that is where Greenville will start offensively, and this is an offensive attack that is mainly led by their rush game. It's Paul Garrett, the dangerous runner, number 13, who has 906 yards on the season. Last week had 21 carries for 108 yards, did fumble last week, has 3 fumbles on the season. He stands behind his quarterback, Peyton Bates, in the pistol. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Across in motion is T.J. Brown. The give up the middle is to Garrett, who explodes into the second level, across the 50, across the 45, stiff arms the man, and is chased out of bounds at the 44-yard line. A flag comes down right at that 44-yard line. So there's the explosiveness immediately on display from Garrett, who is the leading rusher in Greenville history. And let's take a look at the starting lineups here for Greenville. Of course, you have that highlighted name in Garrett as we await the penalty. Garrett, again, the leading rusher in Greenville history, but you have weapons all over the place. T.J. Brown lines up pretty much everywhere. We saw him in motion from right to left on that last play. He lines up in the slot. He lines up outside. He lines up at running back. Can do it all. Has 18 receptions for 164 yards on the season. Tanner Eubanks also a name to watch for, as well as Delray Crowder, the other 2 wide receivers in their starting lineup. And defensively for Westminster, watch out for Dawson Brandt, the middle linebacker, as well as Devin Mueller, who has played very, very well. Tied for first in the conference for tackles for losses, and it looks like this big run immediately from Paul Garrett is coming back as both teams moving backwards. Couple of penalties against Greenville, including hands to the face. So that drives them back, all the way back to the 24-yard line. Holding and hands to the face is the call. So 12:30 remaining in the opening quarter. Still no score. Greenville had a big play on their first play by Paul Garrett, big run, but it gets wiped off the board thanks to a couple of penalties, and that's been a problem for Greenville all year long. 73 penalties on the season, and missed opportunities has been a big deal for this offense. So Peyton Bates comes back out. He stands in the pistol against a 4-man front of Westminster. In motion from left to right is T.J. Brown, the dynamic wide receiver. He goes into a split pistol formation. It's a fake. It's an option play. Who pitches it outside to Brown on the right sideline, moves down it across the 30, across the 35, and is finally chased out of bounds as multiple flags fly in from each of the referees, the back judge and the side judge. So we'll check on this one again. 2 offensive plays for Greenville and 2 penalties immediately. So the referees will huddle up at the 36-yard line. And here comes the call as Greenville moves back towards their original line of scrimmage, and it is another holding call against them. It was a pair of holding calls against Greenville, so a first and about the size of the state of Missouri coming up for Greenville.
Holding on the offense.
I'll get you the official number in just a second once we know, but they continue to march back. They're going to be inside their own 20 at the 18-yard line.
And that'll bring up 1st and 30.
First down and 30. When have you seen that before? Pretty rare that you see that. So Greenville, 2 successful plays that get called back due to holding calls and hands to the face calls. So they come out with Bates barking orders at his offensive line in the pistol. Right behind him is Paul Garrett, who gets the carry up the middle, hit immediately by Lozano and dragged down. Joe Lozano explodes into the backfield out of his defensive tackle position for a loss.
Joe Lozano.
And Jojo Lozano, the sophomore out of Sacramento, California, has played a big role along this defensive line, started pretty much every game for Westminster, got into the backfield there. 11:16 remains in the opening quarter, still no score. The pistol is Bates. The give, no, it's a play fake, and he throws outside on the right sideline, caught at the 15, cuts upfield, and nowhere to go. believe that was Tanner Eubanks on the screen pass, and he just had nowhere to go.
Gain of 1.
Eubanks only got 1. So 3rd down and 32 coming up for Greenville. The Panthers getting orders from their sideline.
Time to get loud, Blue Jay fans, for a 3rd down.
Ball spotted at the far side hash. Greenville working from right to left. Bates in the pistol. Claps his hands. It's a give up the middle to Garrett, who bounces it outside at the 30, across the 30, 35, 40, and is finally pushed out of bounds. A big run for Garrett, who gets to the 40-yard line after his first run was negated by a penalty. So Garrett gets a lot of those yards back, perhaps flips the field position, and it's a long 3-and-out for Greenville to open up this game. Luke Miller on to punt for the Panthers, and it looks like Westminster had a player sprinting off the field, a bit of a miscommunication substitution-wise, and I think they took a timeout. Still no indication from the officiating crew. But each team has returned to the sideline, and we're going to step aside for just 30 seconds right here on the Blue Jays Sports Network. Fourth and 8 for Greenville. And on to punt is Luke Miller, a big-legged punter who was just bombing punts in warm-ups. And Elijah Teal back to return for Westminster. Miller fields the punt at the 24-yard, the 26-yard line. A high end-over-end kick that's botched. Everybody's going to chase after it, and it is recovered by Greenville. McFarland couldn't corral it, and it's picked up by the Panthers. And that gives their offense new life. Wow. A botched return. And here comes the offense for the Panthers. That's been a bit of an issue this year. We saw it manifest itself in the first couple of games of the year. But Westminster had cleaned it up for a while there, especially fielding those punts. Their number one priority is just to field it cleanly, not to botch it and muff it. But nevertheless, here comes the Greenville offense again. Bates stands in the pistol, flanked by Garrett. In motion from right to left is Brown. Give to Garrett up the middle, bouncing between tacklers, probing for space across the 40, and gets to the 37-yard line. Ball spotted at the near side hash. So second down and 6, a solid gain of 4 for Garrett, who has 8 touchdowns on the year. That's second in the conference. A guy that has a rare mix of power and speed at 5'9", 200 pounds, out of Goodwater, Alabama. Brown in motion from left to right again, 3-by-1 formation, trips to the far side, play fake up the middle, now a swing pass out to Brown, who powers his way forward across the 30-yard line, almost to the 30-yard line, and he gets to the 31 across the line to gain for a first down, Greenville. Clock runs with 9:12 remaining in the opening quarter. Still no score. Westminster was able to hold Greenville on their opening possession, but muffed a punt that set up the Panthers with good field position. Bates in the shotgun, flanked by Garrett in the pistol. Play fake as he rolls out to his right. He gets across the 30 and gets to the 27, 26-yard line. Bates is a guy that isn't featured all that heavily within this offense, that likes to throw the ball, likes these gadget plays. It's more of an extension of the run game. 52% completion percentage entering today for 918 yards, 11 touchdowns, as well as 11 interceptions. Just get the ball to these dynamic receivers that the Panthers have, and you're in business. Motion from right to left once again is TJ Brown. In the pistol once again, ball spotted at the far side hash. He takes the snap, three-step drop, throws outside, and it's dropped. Dropped by Tanner Eubanks, who was running a curl route, and that was broken up by the Westminster defender, Connor Vaughn.
Broken up by number 31, Connor Vaughn.
So that brings up 3rd down and 6 to go from the Westminster 27-yard line. Bit of a delay here as Greenville gets their call from the sideline. Play clock at 14. They got to hurry up and get the procedure started here. The 27-yard line. They're set, 5 to get the playoff. Bates in the pistol. It's a speed option to the left. He pitches it outside to Garrett in space, cuts it back inside across the 25, breaks tackles, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Greenville. Paul Garrett, a explosive rusher, just showed off his explosiveness there by cutting it back up the middle, bouncing off of tacklers, and on a 3rd down and 6, Greenville strikes first. On to kick the extra point is Lucas Hiermo. 25 of 28 on extra points this year. He had one blocked last week. He also missed a field goal from 36 yards. Going to a snap count. Good snap, good hold. Kick is up high, end over end. The right-footed kick is good. So Greenville leads 7-0 with 8:13 remaining in the opening quarter. You are watching the Westminster Blue Jays Sports Network.
Museums allow us to celebrate humanity's soaring achievements while also providing lessons on how to avoid the mistakes of our past. They can also amplify the voices of underrepresented groups while bringing economic uplift to communities. We invite you to explore this world while finding a rewarding career by becoming a Museum Studies major at Westminster College.
Welcome back to the Blue Jays Sports Network. Greenville takes a 7-0 lead off the big run from Paul Garrett. And Westminster will look to try to respond with their offense coming out. But first, they got to field a kick. Kick from Hiermo is up. It's an end-over-end kick fielded by the Upman. I believe that's Helsel, who fields it at the 27, cuts up field. It's Jordan Kern and is brought down at the 35-yard line. So that is where the second drive of Westminster will begin with 8:08 remaining in the opening quarter. Turning to the field is Byerly, the quarterback, the newer quarterback for Westminster. And this Greenville defense that averages giving up just 23 points per game. It's good for first in the UMAC. Split pistol formation for Westminster. It's a give up the middle, and powering forward to the 40-yard line is Dante Billups, the leading rusher for the Blue Jays with 330 yards. Starts off Westminster with a good run on first down. Gets to the 40-yard line, cuts the yards to gain in half. It's 2nd and 5. So another split pistol formation. Westminster will run the same formation a couple of plays in a row. Maybe switch up trips on some of them. Time ticking below 7:30 remaining in the first quarter. Billups up the middle again. No gain, stuffed right at the line of scrimmage, if not behind it. Loss of 1 yard, and that brings up 3rd and 6. And that second down play on their first 2 drives has not been a friend to the Blue Jays. So 3rd down and 6 now. Ball spotted just inside the far hash. We'll see what this Westminster offense can muster up. Byerly is going to have to throw the ball well today. On that last 3rd down play on the first drive, he put a good throw to Trey King, but it couldn't be brought down. So another split pistol formation for Byerly, with 1 receiver left and 1 to the right. He claps his hands, takes the snap, drops back, throws it over the middle, and it's incomplete. It was a short throw.
Intended for number 15, Bryce Westerfeld. And Dawson
Right,
Brand will be back
Westerfeld,
up
the
front.
intended target. And that brings out the punting unit for Westminster. So Dawson Brandt comes on to punt it away. Second punt of the day. And back deep to return is Matt Tiger, the senior receiver for Greenville. Punt is away, a high wobbler that has a good amount of distance and a good amount of hang time. Fielded at the 25 and is immediately swarmed. Tiger had nowhere to go, and Westminster drives him backwards. Ball spotted at the 24-yard line of Greenville, and that's where this offense takes over. They came onto the field, then they jogged off, knowing that they have just a little bit of time. And here they come once again. Third drive of the game for Greenville, who had their first drive stalled out by penalties, but their second drive went about as well as you can ask. Bates comes out in the pistol. This is what they use most of the time. 2-by-1 formation with trips to the far side. Now in motion from left to right is a receiver. They give up the middle again to Garrett, who powers forward across the 35-yard line. Gets the first down for a gain of about 11. Exploded into the second level. Garrett, a very impressive runner. Excuse me, that was Adrian Hinton.
Correction, that was
Good
Adrian Hinton.
1-2 punch for this Greenville team. Hinton also has 414 yards. Now they give on a jet sweep outside to Crowley, who gets outside across the 40-yard line and is pushed out of bounds at the 43. Delray Crowder, 19 receptions, which is a team high for 164 yards and a touchdown on the year so far. This is an offense that likes to get the ball in everybody's hands. If you look across the board at everyone offensively, the only number that really stands out is Garrett, but that's because everybody else has over 100 yards, 150 yards on the season. In motion from left to right is Cervantes, the tight end. Give up the middle is to Hinton, who probes for space and is swarmed behind the line of scrimmage at the 41-yard line. Hinton had nowhere to go as Westminster played the run perfectly. It went between the tackles, and that is just the second down stop that the Blue Jays were looking for. So 3rd and medium, 3rd and 5 from the 42-yard line of Greenville. Working from right to left. 3-by-1 formation, a bunch formation to the left here for the Panthers. Bates passes out to the left. It's caught at the line of scrimmage, and turning it upfield is Crowder again across the 50-yard line, where he's swarmed by multiple defenders, and he got the first down, but a late flag comes in. We'll check on this. It was dragged down at the Blue Jays 48-yard line, so again into Blue Jays territory. The flag also sits at the 48-yard line, right where he was tackled. 4 minutes and 35 seconds remain in the opening quarter. Referees huddled together at the numbers of the 50-yard line. Still waiting around for a call. No team seems to know which way this is going. Here comes the call. The dead ball penalty, a personal foul against the Blue Jays. And whoever that is appears to have been ejected from the game. That was the indication from the referee. Couldn't really tell who it was. And it appears to be Ricky Elias, the defensive back, who has been ejected from the game. And Westminster is down a defensive back here early. Wow. Must have come in and hit him late. So that pushes Greenville forward an extra bit. Now the ball spotted at the 33-yard line. Bates in the shotgun with Garrett standing to his left. to his right. He takes the snap, rolls out to his right, now giving a lot of space and throws it away over the head of Eubanks, the receiver who was in the right flat. So Bates just gets rid of that one as the Westminster defensive line got a good push off of that one. And we've seen them do that a couple of times today. They seem to be winning at the line of scrimmage early. But it's just this talent of the Panthers team with Hinton and Garrett in the backfield that have just been too good. A bunch formation with 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Now motioning from left to right is Crowder. Takes the shotgun snap. It's a play fake. He gives it to the flat, and it's caught. Cutting up field is Crowder, who nearly managed to tiptoe his way down the sideline and in bounds, but had to step out at the 28-yard line. And that is good for a first down. That is a gain of
now, Blue Jay fans, get loud
about
for another Blue Jay
4
down.
for Greenville, and now it's third down. Ball spotted at the near side hash. Westminster working with a 4-man front with 2 linebackers and 5 defensive backs on the formation. Bates with 2 men in the backfield with him. The snap goes high. He bobbles it. Ball's still on the ground. Everybody trying to get to it, and it's finally falled upon after trickling backwards at the 46-yard line of Westminster. It was picked up eventually by Matt Tiger. And that pushes the Panthers way, way back and makes a field goal impossible. So they will punt it away after the high procedural error. The snap that went over the head of Bates, and here comes Luke Mueller to punt it away. Stands at his own 40-yard line. Once again, Westminster with a pair of returners back there. It's Teal back into the game at returner, and McFarland. Punt is away, a spiraling kick that hits down. Westminster lets it drop at the 7, and it's down at the 2. Wow, that was a great punt by Luke Mueller. A spiraling high kick that had plenty of hang time, and that benefits Greenville greatly, pushing Westminster all the way back deep into their own territory. And this drive may have to go a long way. So let's take a look at the starting lineup for Westminster. Byerly, the new starting quarterback for the Blue Jays, but kicking out to receiver is Brandon Perry. Trey King and Aiden Campbell also at receiver for the Blue Jays. And on the defensive side for Greenville, Thomas Lanier is the star player for them. We'll talk about him more. Byerly comes out under center with a single man in the backfield. That's Jordan Kern. And it's a QB sneak up the middle, and I don't know if he even got back to the line of scrimmage. Yes, he did. They're saying that he just got back to the 2-yard line. So that play is designed to get you a little bit of space out of the shadow of your own end zone, but it goes nowhere on first down. So that brings up 2nd down and 10 for the Blue Jays. Three wide receivers split out to the left for Westminster against a 4-man front of Greenville. Williams, Stewart, Schaefer, and Lanier, the defensive linemen for them. Byerly claps his hands, rolls out to the left, throws it down the sideline, and it's nearly intercepted. He was looking for Perry, the quarterback, the former quarterback, but it was broken up.
By number 27, Jair Nolan.
It was Jair Nolan jumping the route and trying to get his hands on it. Nearly had a pick, but he dropped it along the far sideline. The sophomore, 5'10", 167, out of Georgia. So 3rd down and 10 for the Blue Jays here, and you have to imagine that this could be just a run to try and get out of the shadow of your own end zone. Byerly comes out in the shotgun. And Helsel the back. It's a screen out wide to Perry, who cuts up field and only got 2 or 3. He was popped by Chris Williams. The defensive lineman coming off of his position and reading the tunnel screen perfectly, so Westminster only gets 2 yards on that play, setting up 4th down and 8. Now Dawson Brandt back out to punt. He has his heels along his back goal line. And back deep to return for Greenville is Matt Tiger. He's standing at his own at the Westminster 37. It's a line drive end-over-end kick that hits at the 29, bounces a couple of times, takes a Blue Jay bounce, and gets up to the 43-yard line. So Greenville will start in Westminster territory, but Dawson Brandt gets them pushed back a little bit further than you'd expect. So despite the fumble on the last possession, Greenville starts pretty much where they left off. They lead 7-0 with under 2 minutes to play in the opening quarter. Offense trots back out onto the field, led by Bates, and Paul Garrett back into the game after Hinton played the majority of the last drive. The receiver outright is Eubanks. He's the lone receiver to the right. Now motioning from right to left is the tight end, Cervantes. Bates claps his hands, takes the snap. It's a play fake, throws a screen, and just overthrows his intended target, Crowder.
Pass by Bates, incomplete.
Delray Crowder
Intended for number 0, Delray
trying to
Crowder.
get the screen there, but doesn't end up coming down with it. And that brings up 2nd down and 10. Ball spotted at the far side hash. Greenville looking to take a 2-possession lead. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Lots of pre-snap motion for them, not on this play, though. He gives up the middle to Garrett, probes for space, and is tackled down from behind. A very nice tackle at the 40-yard line by Darvin Fowler.
That'll bring up 3rd and 7. So Blue Jay fans, why don't you get loud for a 3rd down?
So Fowler saves a 1st down. He was kind of the only guy between Garrett and getting an extra 10, 15 yards. Bates comes out on the pistol on 3rd down and 7. 3 receivers left, none to the right. Westminster jumped over the line of scrimmage, but they did not jump offside. Nobody pulled off of their line of scrimmage. Garrett in the backfield. It's a pitch to him out left. Brandt is in his tracks, and he missed the tackle, cutting it back across the 30, 25-20, 15-10 into the open field. Touchdown, Greenville.
40-yard rush by number
Paul
13,
Garrett with his
Paul
second
Garrett.
touchdown of the game takes a pitch to the left side on 3rd and 7 and has a house call. And Greenville take a 13-0 lead pending an extra point. Paul Garrett already 6 carries for 96 yards and a pair of touchdowns. On to kick the extra point is Lucas Yermo. Nailed the first. Is lined up the second of 2 extra points. Right-footed kick, end over end is up, and it is good. And with a minute left, Greenville takes a 14-0 lead. We'll return in just a moment on the Blue Jays Sports Network.
Financial planning is one of those careers that rewards own professional accomplishment as well as a deep mental satisfaction from helping your clients directly. For example, as a financial planning professional, you'll help your clients in developing such personal financial plans as estate planning and retirement planning. Our curriculum also aligns well with the CFP Board's learning outcomes. Here at Westminster, you can also pursue a dual degree in financial planning and finance to further your career.
Welcome back to Mueller Stadium. Guillermo has it teed up once again to kick off for the second time today. Trace Helsel back to return for the Blue Jays along with Elijah Teal. He trots up to the football and boots it away. A high end-over-end kick, contrasting with the overcast sky, fielded by Teal at the 17-yard line. He tries to bounce it outside, gets past a tackler, and is dragged down at the 26. Teal trying to bounce it outside, but couldn't quite get enough space to do so. And that brings back the Westminster offense onto the field. Ball spotted at the far side hash. Byerly and company back out to work. Byerly 2 for 5 for 9 yards on the game so far. Billups with 2 carries for 4 yards. Not much success coming offensively for the offense. Byerly starts in the shotgun with Billups to his right. 3-by-1 formation, trips to the near side against a 4-man front of Greenville. Claps his hands, takes the snap, drops back, under pressure, flushed out of the pocket to the left. He'll tuck it and run it, get up the sideline, stays in bounds across the 35-yard line, still fighting forward to the 40, and that is the biggest play of the game for the Blue Jays. Tackled down at the 41-yard line, Peyton Byerly tucks it and runs it. We saw him have a bit of success last week on those kind of plays. And just like last week, he sneaks up the far sideline and gets a first down for Westminster, their first of the game. They break the huddle with 25 seconds left in the opening quarter. 14-0 Greenville. Westminster looking to move this football. 3-by-1 formation, trips to the near side. Billups takes the carry up the middle, bounces it outside across the 40, across the 45, and is tackled down there. And that is the final play of the first quarter. Westminster falls behind 14-0 as time expires in the first quarter. But they look to be moving the football on yet another drive from them. Stick with us right here on the Blue Jays Sports Network.
Westminster is a program where students create and curate exhibitions, design programs, ask challenging questions, and above all, blend history, heritage, and culture in a way that informs and inspires. We invite you to join us at Westminster and be a part of history in a way that not only preserves the past, but through the power of museums, helps to build a better future.
Welcome back to Mueller Stadium. An unsuccessful opening quarter from the Westminster Blue Jays, but they look to be driving a bit here to begin the second quarter. They will flip directions on the field, now moving from right to left. Facing a 2nd down and 7 from their own 45-yard line. Greenville's defense back out to work. This defense ranks first in the UMAC in yards, points per game, passing yards per game, first by a mile in rushing yards per game. They have really had a ton of success this year defending opposing teams. Byerly comes out in the shotgun, 3-by-1 formation, now trips to the far side. That is also the field side as the ball spotted at the near side hash against a 4-man front of Greenville. 2 linebackers in for the Panthers as well. Byerly sends Helsel in motion from left to right, drops back, throws it deep down the near sideline, up for King, and it's incomplete. It looked like the corner, Jalen Dowell, had impeded on Trey King's path back to the football as the ball falls incomplete at the 21-yard line. A big play for Westminster gets canceled out. That was one of those underthrown footballs that you get seen called for pass interference a lot of the time, but apparently, according to the side judge, Dowell did not make enough contact to warrant a pass interference. So 3rd down and 7. Helsel in motion from right to left. He drops back. Byerly popped as he throws. It's tipped up in the air, and it's caught by an offensive lineman at the 49-yard line into Greenville territory, and that might be enough for a first down. There were bodies colliding all over the middle of the field as Byerly took a 3-step drop. It got tipped up by a free rusher. It looked like they were trying to set up a tunnel screen.
Number 77, Kenny Angelis on the reception.
And Kenny Angelis, the right tackle, comes down with the football. Wow.
And that's good for a Blue Jay.
And it's a first down for Westminster, so a bit of fortune going the Blue Jays' way. Their tackle getting involved in the passing game. Wow. Didn't think we'd say Kenny Angelis' name as a receiver today. So 3-by-1 formation for the Blue Jays. Ball spotted in between the hashes, just at the forehead of the Blue Jay logo at the 50. 1st and 10 for him. Byerly in the shotgun with a running back to his left. And finally, referees will give the ready-to-go signal. He takes the shotgun snap. Give up the middle is to Kern, who fights his way forward back to the line of scrimmage. Westminster trying to push the pile. It's still going forward, and it gets all the way up to the 45, 46-yard line. Kern was immediately hit right at the line of scrimmage, but a host of Greenville defenders met him, and the offensive line of Westminster was able to push the pile forward. 14 minutes remain in the second quarter. And Byerly comes out in the shotgun. Kern stands to his left. 3 receivers to the near side for the Blue Jays. Greenville in their base defense. He drops back, takes the shotgun snap, immediately pressured, rolls out to the near side, across the 50, throws down the sideline, and it is dropped. Perry had his hands on it. He brought it into his chest, but was hit hard on the sideline.
There's a flag on the play.
There is a flag down sitting at the 46-yard line, the Blue Jays' 46-yard line, right in the area where Perry rolled out of the pocket. He escaped, did a good job to extend the play, and Byerly did a good job escaping and getting down the sideline to find Perry and give him a chance. It's unnecessary roughness, roughing the passer against Greenville.
Roughing the passer on the defense.
So that pushes Westminster deep and deeper into Greenville territory. The ball sits at the 30-yard line of the Panthers. So a bit of fortune coming the Blue Jays' ways on this drive. Byerly doing a good job on that last play to escape the pocket and give Perry a chance. Thomas Lanier, the star defensive lineman for Greenville, checks back into the game, standing at the edge position for the Panthers. Shotgun formation for Byerly in this offense. Back out to work. They're showing blitz. He rolls out against a 5-man pressure, steps up, escapes, throws it deep down the far side in the corner of the end zone, and it's incomplete. It falls incomplete, looking for Peyton Olson. Olson is beside himself, yelling at the referee for a pass interference. It had appeared that his path to the ball was impeded upon. Another one of those balls that was just underthrown. Olson had a ton of separation going back into the end zone. Byerly just threw it up for grabs, but it fell incomplete along the far side. It fell incomplete right at the goal line. So 2nd down and 10 for this Westminster offense on a cold fall day here from Fulton, Missouri. 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Westminster looking for their 2nd win of the year. Byerly takes a shotgun snap, rolls out to the right, pump fakes, still has the ball, cuts it upfield. He'll run it himself across the 20, fumbles the football at the 18. It's still loose, and it looks like Greenville got on it, still awaiting a signal. The ball trickled back to the 18-yard line, and Greenville has the football. They come away with it in the Westminster red zone, and that is where they will start, and that is not a great look for the Westminster offense. Byerly did another good job of extending the play out to the right, running himself, but just took an absolute hit at the 18, and it was recovered at the 16. So that's where the offense of Greenville starts. Bates in the pistol with Garrett in the backfield. The give up the middle is to Garrett, who bounces it outside across the 20, powers his way forward through a tackle and gets across the 25, right at the line to gain, and they're signaling for a first down for the Panthers.
Rush by number 13, Paul Garrett, good for a first down.
Paul Garrett has been so impressive today, doing pretty much everything offensively, carrying this load up, already a pair of touchdowns. Garrett is in the backfield again on 1st and 10. That was good enough for a first down, and some issues with the chains along the far sideline. We have a Westminster coach or maybe an extra official. It does look like a member of the Westminster staff down on all fours attending to the chain. And now they flip it up, looking to repair it. Just a strange day so far, and it's only been a little bit over a quarter for Westminster. First, you had about a 15-minute delay for medical professionals to show up. Westminster muffed a punt, then turned it over deep into Greenville territory, and now the chain's having issues. So it's a full backfield for Bates with Garrett behind him. It's a speed option outright, but he pitches it up the middle for Matt Tiger, who cuts up field and gets a solid gain of about 10. He got across the 35-yard line. It was one of those Kansas City Chiefs forward pitches to Travis Kelce. You see it all the time in the NFL, and now Greenville just pull it out here. So it's good for 10 yards and another first down. Bates in the pistol again with Garrett behind him. In motion from left to right is Tiger. It's a play fake, throws over the middle, and it is caught. Wow, a slant route run by Crowder, who dives for the catch and is just able to get his fingertips on it and pull it in at the 48-yard line, and another first down for Greenville. If that was put more on the money, there was nobody back to stop Matt Tiger from running all the way to the end zone. But fortunately for Westminster, the throw was a little bit out in front of him, which caused him to dive for it. Still a nice catch. 1st and 10 for Greenville as their offense starts to pick up a little bit more pace. Garrett up the middle between the tackles, breaks a tackle, across the 40, across the 35. He's got a foot race down to the end zone, but is caught from behind by Westminster inside the 20 at about the 15-yard line, and now extracurriculars after the play. Connor Vaughn was able to track him down. Couple of flags fly. The flag is sitting at the far side numbers, the 5-yard line. He was tackled down inside the 20 of Westminster, and it almost appeared like a horse collar tackle. That's what Greenville was shouting for, but it came in way after the play. After the play, it appeared that Greenville was unhappy about it. It was unnecessary roughness against Westminster, so that pushes Greenville even further into the Blue Jays' red zone. And just another great run from Garrett, who continues to torch this Blue Jays defense, breaking into the open field once again. It was Connor Vaughn, the guilty party of the unnecessary roughness there. So that brings up 1st and goal for Greenville from the 8-yard line. Bates in the shotgun, and he motions Matt Tiger back into the backfield with him. He stands to his right. Play fake. He throws it out to the flat, and it's dropped. It was intended for Paul Garrett, who was the running back, split out far to the right, and he just couldn't come up with it. He looked like he had a path to the end zone, might have needed to show off the speed again, but he drops the ball, and that brings up 2nd and 8 from the 8-yard line. Greenville trying to get in the end zone for the 3rd time today. Garrett has the first 2, and he stands behind Bates in the pistol. It's a give up the middle to Garrett, who takes his time, bounces it outside, trying to show off the speed, going to the far pylon, and he gets in for the touchdown.
By number 13,
Paul Garrett's third touchdown of the game for him, and we're barely into the second quarter. 9 carries for 150 yards for Paul Garrett in a trio of touchdowns.
Homecoming court and Hall of Fame inductees, we ask that you will gather in the Vicki Miller Plaza.
So 20-0 the score now. And on to kick the extra point is Yermo. 2 for 2 already today. They're set with 10 to get the snap off. He's going with the wind. Good snap, good hold, and the right-footed kick is up, and it is good. 21-0 our score. 11:14 remains in the second quarter. We'll be right back on the Blue Jays Sports Network.
Greenville leads by score 21.
Museums allow us to celebrate soaring achievements while also providing lessons on how to avoid the mistakes of our past. They can also amplify the voices of underrepresented groups while bringing economic uplift to communities. We invite you to explore this world while finding a rewarding career by becoming a museum studies major at Westminster College.
Welcome back to Mueller Stadium. Newly dedicated Mueller Stadium. There was a great ceremony at the 50-yard line pregame that you can scroll back and watch at your convenience on this very stream. But Westminster trailing 21-0 after the third Garrett touchdown, Paul Garrett touchdown of the game. Westminster really needs to get something going offensively soon. Kick is away, a high end-over-end kick that's dropped at the 12-yard line, but immediately fielded up across the 25-yard line by Helsel, who gets past that, a 15-yard return to the 26-yard line. So here comes the Westminster offense again, led by Byerly, who comes out 3 for 9 on the game so far. And into the game is Amir Martin. Haven't seen too much of him this year. Split pistol formation for Byerly. He takes the snap, give up the middle, and immediately hit his Billups at the 30-yard line, a gain of about 1.
Rush up the middle by number 2, Dante Billups.
So Billups got the carry, gained 1 yard. And time ticking below 11 minutes remaining in the second quarter. 21-0 Greenville on the back of a trio of touchdowns by Paul Garrett. Westminster, their offense has struggled so far today, only with 58 yards of total offense. Looking to change that on another drive here. Byerly split pistol formation again with Billups in the backfield. Excuse me, that's Kern. A play fake over the middle. It's caught at the 39-yard line, and cut down immediately was Bryce Westerfeld, the sophomore at 6'2", 195, the tight end, gain of 11. Westerfeld hasn't gotten involved in this receiving game too much this year. He kind of took a hit. He looks like he's in maybe a bit of pain, but gets back into the huddle and sets up at his tight end position to the left of the line of scrimmage. Amir Martin into the game, the wide receiver, the lone wide receiver to the near side. Below 10 minutes remaining in a 21-0 game. Byerly takes the snap, throws a slant over the middle, and it's incomplete. He was looking for Brandon Perry, and it was broken up on the play by the corner, Xavier Mix, who's actually normally a safety, but plays corner on that play. So 2nd down and 10 for the Blue Jays. It's been a bit of a slow pace offensively for them today. Per usual, they like to take their time offensively. Split pistol formation. Kern the back. Byerly gives to him up the middle, and he's dragged down across the 40-yard line at the 42. So still in their own territory. The Blue Jays will have to go 8 yards to extend the drive on 3rd and 8. Billups, the team's leading rusher, 73 carries for 330 yards entering today. 4.5 yards per carry with a touchdown and a fumble. Third down and 8 officially for the Blue Jays. They are 1 of 4 today on third downs, and now Byerly claps his hands and a whole bunch of movement along both lines of scrimmage, and I believe Amir Martin, the far side wide receiver, he just took off and started his route despite nobody else offensively moving. But there was also movement along the defensive line, and if they entered the neutral zone, Martin took off for a reason, but it looks like Martin, based on his body language after eavesdropping on the referees, it appears this is going against Westminster. And it is a false start. So that brings up 3rd down and 13 for the Blue Jays. Overcast skies here from Mueller Stadium. Byerly in the shotgun with 4 wide receivers, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. Olsen in the slot to the right. Aiden Campbell in the slot to the left. 3rd and 14. Byerly takes the snap, drops back, looks, throws it deep down the near sideline, and it's overthrown. Looking for Aiden Campbell, who's running a about 10-yard out route. And that brings up 4th down, and Dawson Brandt will come back out to punt.
Dawson Brandt back to punt for the Blue Jays.
And back to return is Matt Tiger, the dynamic return man for Greenville. Some late substitutions for the Panthers as they get their guys on the field. They look like they're lining up, and they could rush the punter here. Good snap to Brandt, who gets it away just over the outstretched arm of a rusher for Greenville. It bounces at the 40-yard line, then takes a Greenville bounce to the 40-yard line. So that is where the Panthers offense will set up. We'll return in a moment. 21-0 Greenville on the Blue Jays Sports Network, and actually we'll keep it right here, excuse me. The defense already lined up out there with 8:30 remaining in the second quarter.
Attention, Blue Jay fans.
This Greenville offense has been so impressive today. 3rd down efficiency has been a problem for them on the year. Not today. 3 of 5 so far. Run 24 plays for 192 yards. Bates in the shotgun, in the pistol. The give, no, it's a play fake. He tries to throw it out to the flat, and it's incomplete. T.J. Brown, the intended target. And immediately exploding into the backfield was Darvin Fowler to hit the quarterback and change the throw. So 2nd down and 10 for Greenville, working from their own 40-yard line. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. It's Brown and Eubanks lined up to the right. Now, Brown motions from right to left, trips to the left side now. It's a option play to the left, but it's blitzed back to T.J. Brown, who gets past the tackler to the 50, to the 45, 40, cuts it back inside 30, still on his feet inside the 20, and is finally tracked down by Brandt. But there's a flag down all the way back in the backfield as Westminster was looking for a flag. Stedman had gotten into the backfield, and this could be an illegal block against the Panthers, and it is indeed. So the flag is thrown. Everybody walks all the way back. And the spot of the foul was the 36-yard line, so 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. and it will be enforced from that original line of scrimmage. So that will bring up 2nd down and long for Greenville, who has another big play negated by penalties.
Block in the back on the offense.
It's a block in the back officially.
That'll push him back to 2nd and 25.
So 2nd down and 25 after the 15-yard penalty is enforced against the Panthers. Time ticking down at 8 minutes remaining in the 2nd quarter. Pistol formation for the Panthers. Garrett in motion from left to right. It's a give on a jet sweep to Brown, who gets into space across the 25, cuts it back inside at the 30, and is tripped up from behind at the 33-yard line, 34-yard line. So TJ Brown, the dynamic wide receiver that can line up everywhere, gets a couple of the yards back. Brown has a catch for 6 yards on the game so far, but also very much involved in the running game. Had a 24-yard touchdown last week, 27-yard touchdown last week in the 1st quarter. And it's a 3rd down and 16 for Greenville. Full backfield for Bates, who motions Brown out to the right. Drops back on a 3-step drop, throws over the middle, and it's intercepted. It was thrown right to Connor Vaughn, who's taking it back the other way inside the 25, inside the 20, and is out of bounds at the 13-yard line. Connor Vaughn was just dropping back into his zone, sitting back as he normally does with nobody in the area, and he just saw a football thrown right to him. And he took it back for a big return, and Westminster will start deep into Greenville territory. They're by far their best starting field position of the day. So Byerly in this offense back out to work, working from the 12-yard line of the Panthers. They'll go to an I formation with Kern in the backfield. The give up the middle to Kern, and he just had nowhere to go. He tried to go between the tackles on a dive run concept, but looks like he lost a yard. Greenville defensively has done a great job at the line of scrimmage to get a big push, especially against this Westminster run game, when their offense is at its best when their run game is working, and Greenville's defensive line has just not allowed that today. Only 70 total yards for the Blue Jays. Only averaging just a little bit of above 2 yards a play. They're back in the I formation, and a timeout on the field taken by Westminster. So a 6:16 remaining in the 2nd quarter. Westminster trailing 21-0, but they're in the red zone here on the Blue Jays Sports Network.
Today's typical college student is no longer the recent high school graduate. Almost half of all college students in the United States are age 24 or older, and they have busy lifestyles. They have families, they work part-time jobs or full-time jobs, and they want to earn a college degree. As you could imagine, the traditional college experience just doesn't work for them. Westminster College has a rich history of excellence in cultivating leaders. And now, we can take that experience beyond our campus. We're proud to announce the launch of Westminster Online. It's designed to be
Welcome back to Mueller Stadium. Westminster, coming off of the interception by Vaughn, has the ball in the red zone. They're one of the better teams in the conference from the red zone. In fact, they're number 1, 6 of 7. On scoring tries. So a split I formation for Westminster. Byerly give up the middle to Kern, who bounces off a tackle, gets upfield inside the 10 to about the 9-yard line. He took it in between the tackles, and Kern showed a little bit of athleticism there, but a flag comes down in the backfield. It's standing all the way at the numbers at the 19-yard line. And Westminster starts to walk backwards. It's an illegal formation against Westminster.
Illegal formation.
And that brings up second and long.
Down and 11.
Second down and 16 to go for Westminster, 16 or 15, as subs come in. Byerly looks like he's going to have to throw the football to try and get these yards back. Now Trace Helsel comes into the game. It's a shotgun formation, 2-by-2, with Helsel to Byerly's right against a four-man front of Greenville, who's showing blitz off the edge. Drops back, pump fakes, looks to the left, pressured, and goes down. He's sacked all the way back at the 26-yard line.
Quarterback Peyton Byerly was sacked by number 4.
Thomas Lanier was in the backfield along with Elias Velasquez. Lanier, the conference leader, the team leader in sacks, 7.5 on the year, which is good for first in the UMAC. So third down and a country mile for the Blue Jays. 3rd and 24 from the 26-yard line. Ball spotted at the near side hash. King, the lone receiver to the left. Byerly takes the snap, rolls out to the left, pump fakes, and he goes down again. He goes down at the 32-yard line. And that time, Larry Harris, the middle linebacker, got back there. So Westminster, after having great field position inside the 15-yard line,
Down and very, very long for the Blue Jays.
they go backwards on a pair of sacks along with a penalty, and it looks like the offense, why not, just stay out there. 29 yards, 4th and 29. Three receivers to the right, one to the left. And before the snap comes in, a timeout taken, it looks like. Referees blow the whistles and start jogging in. A timeout taken by Westminster. And that is the final timeout of the half for the Blue Jays with 4:34 remaining in the second quarter. We'll step aside. 21-0 Greenville on the Blue Jays Sports Network.
Inductees, we ask you to now gather in the Vicki Miller Plaza so you can be recognized.
Museums allow us to celebrate humanity's soaring achievements while also providing lessons on how to avoid the mistakes of our past.
Welcome back. Westminster facing a 4th down and very long right now. 4th down and 29 for the Blue Jays with 4:34 remaining in the second quarter before halftime. Byerly comes out in the shotgun, claps his hands, immediately pressured, rolls out to the left, gets some time, heaves it deep to the end zone, and it's right at a defender, and it's picked. Going back the other way across the 20, 25-30, cuts it back inside, gets some space to the 35. A flag comes flying in, getting to the outside, and is stepped out of bounds at the 40-yard line is Paul Garrett. Paul Garrett, the running back, was back on the play defensively for Greenville, and a flag came in on the return at the original line of scrimmage. So almost an arm punt for Westminster as there's some extracurriculars going along the far sideline along the Westminster bench. Byerly just heaved it to the end zone, almost a Hail Mary type play on 4th and very long.
Did you hear that announcement?
So flags, there's a pair of flags on the field. One at the 31-yard line towards the near side, and one at the 40-yard line towards the far side. I believe both of them came back on the return. Referees still congregated at the 45-yard line of Greenville.
Trey McIntosh and Erica Burney, please report to Vicki Miller Plaza.
Referees still huddling together. Not sure what the call is here, as Greenville's offense looks like they're about to go back out to work. They've had a ton of success today, running 27 plays for 201 yards, and we're not even at halftime right now. The game got started with a 15-minute delay, and Westminster has just been a bit sloppy throughout this one. A couple of turnovers, a muffed punt, a fumble, and then they were able to turn over Greenville on a 3rd and long, and were unable to take advantage of that. The referees get out of their huddle. They go and talk to the Westminster sideline. And we're still awaiting this call. I don't really know what it is, but it seems like it could be on the sideline after the play. After Garrett ran it back, after he finally stepped out of bounds at the 40-yard line, there was some pushing and shoving from the Westminster sideline. A face mask is one of the calls. So the penalty's offset. It was a face mask against Westminster and another penalty against Greenville. So they offset, and Greenville takes over the football. So first down Greenville, not really sure where this ball will be spotted technically because it was on the return. It was offsetting penalties on the return. They have not moved the line of scrimmage marker along the far sideline. Referees starting to move backwards, and it might go all the way back to where the interception was had. Nope, it's spotted at the 16-yard line. And I'm not sure the rule behind that one, but with 4:15 remaining, Greenville and their offense comes out. Peyton Bates back out to work after throwing the interception on the last drive. He's 4 for 10 with 29 yards, but it hasn't mattered because this run game has been so good. Garrett gets the carry up the middle, gets it outside across the 20, across the 25, and is brought down at the 29-yard line. Another really good run from
13,
Garrett.
Paul Garrett, that's good for a first down.
A big run on first down brings up another first down for Greenville. So 1st and 10, pistol formation. Garrett in the backfield, drops back. It's a free play, throws it deep down the far sideline, and it's incomplete. He was intended for Crowder. And it looks like Westminster was offside as the ball was snapped. A flag came immediately flying in. And credit Bates, he probably knew that it was a free play. And just flung it down the far sideline. Devin Mueller was the guilty party on it, who jumped into the neutral zone and couldn't get back in time for the play. So 3:48 remaining in the second quarter. Westminster with no timeouts. Greenville with all three. Plenty of time to run down the field and try and score. 1st down and 5. Ball spotted at the near side hash. The give up the middle is to Garrett again, probing for space, but is immediately hit. And Westminster looks like they have finally stopped him.
By number 18.
Garrett, 10 carries for 165 yards, but on that play had nowhere to go. So 2nd down and 6, it was a negative play, which Westminster will take any day against the UMAC leader in rushing yards by over 300 yards. Bates in the pistol again, 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. He takes the snap, rolls out immediately to the left, being chased, and throws it deep down the far sideline, and it's caught. Caught by T.J. Brown at the 34-yard line, cuts it back inside, a foot race that he is going to win. Touchdown, Greenville.
Pass complete. The number 1,
T.J. Brown, another big play after last week having a 27-yard touchdown. Comes through big in the third quarter, in the second quarter of this one, and it's 27-0 Greenville. Feels like the third quarter. On to kick his 4th extra point of the game is Lucas Yermo. 27-0. Panthers lead. Yermo. Good snap, good hold. Right-footed kick is up, and it is good. 28-0 the score here from Fulton. And we will return in just a minute on the Blue Jays. Welcome back to the Blue Jay Network, Blue Jay Sports Network, and 28-0. Greenville leads right now here in Fulton. Cold winter day, one of the first days that we've really had that has been really, really cold here in mid-Missouri. 44 degrees right now with rain looking like it's coming in around 3 o'clock. Might miss this game here. 28-0. Panthers lead. Yermo has it teed up. McFarland and Teal back to return for Westminster. He trots up to the football, a high end-over-end kick. McFarland fields it at the 16-yard line with backwards momentum. He tries to cut it to the far sideline, gets to the 20, and is swarmed by the Panthers, and a flag comes in. McFarland tried to stiff arm a defender, and he might have grabbed onto a face mask. Ball officially spotted at the 20-yard line of Westminster. The flag sitting at the 14 along the far side hashes. .253 remaining in the quarter for the Blue Jays to try and go down the field. They have no timeouts left. They do have a good amount of time. And it's a foul against Westminster. So that drives them all the way back inside their own 10-yard line to their own 8-yard line, where they will pick up possession. Billups is the running back who starts to the right of Byerly. 3-by-1 formation, trips to the far side. Against a 4-man front for the Panthers. A roll out to the right. Byerly throws it down the far sideline, and it is caught. First down, Westminster, caught at the 19-yard line. Brandon Perry getting involved in the receiving game. Ran a curl route down the far side and was able to bring it in.
That's good for a Blue Jay first down.
So time runs below 2:30 remaining in the quarter. Split pistol formation with a receiver to the left and one to the right. Amir Martin, the lone receiver, to the field side. That's the near side as well. Perry give up the middle to Billups, who powers his way forward but really just does not have the push. To the 20-yard line, was lucky if he got one. And he did get one.
Rush up the middle by Dante Billups. Good for
2:05 remains in the half. Time ticking down. Westminster doesn't look overly rushed to get a playoff here. Byerly getting the calls from his sideline. Big wave of substitutions from the Blue Jays. Now a minute 40 remains in the half. 7 seconds to get the playoff. Byerly in the shotgun. with Kern to his right. He takes a snap, drops back into a 5-step drop, steps up. He's going to run across the 20, bounces it outside across the 30, breaks a tackle to the 35, and gets out of bounds with 1:25 remaining. And that's where Westminster has had their success offensively today. It was with the quarterback run game. So he gets out of bounds at the 35-yard line. Ball spotted at the far side hash with 1:25 remaining in the half. Westminster trailing 28-0, looking to try and get one of those back before halftime. Byerly now with 6 carries for 31 yards. He comes out in the shotgun with 2 receivers to the left and 2 to the right. 4-man front for the Panthers. Claps his hands. Rolls out to the left immediately, a designed rollout. He tucks it. He throws it down the near sideline, fluttering up, and it just gets out of bounds. It looks like his intention was to throw it away, but doesn't put it far enough into the sideline. But luckily for him, it did just get there. So with 1:18 left, it's 2nd and 10 for Westminster. Byerly with a bit of a dangerous throw. Now, again, no rush to get to the line of scrimmage for Westminster. Ball spotted in between the hashes, just inside the right hash. Byerly comes out in the shotgun, a 2-by-2 formation once again. A dime formation for the Panthers. A give up the middle is to Kern against nobody in the box. He bounces off a tackler, powering forward to the 50, still going, falls forward to the 47-yard line. Jordan Kern, the powerful runner, showing off his size, getting into territory of Greenville at 6 foot, 225 pounds. It is a hard man to bring down, Jordan Kern, once he gets going. So time ticking, below a minute left. Westminster now with a little bit more pace to their offense. The give up the middle again to Kern, who gets it outside across the 40 and gets tackled down from behind at the 35-yard line. And another big run for Jordan Kern, who ripped off 2 in a row. Time ticking down to 45 seconds left. Byerly gets the play call in from his sideline. They got to really hurry up here. 38 seconds left. They still don't have a timeout. 2-by-2 formation again. Kern to Byerly's left. He throws a screen to the outside. It's caught. Cuts it back inside to the 30-yard line and is tackled down there. It's Trey King on the screen pass. 20 seconds remain. Westminster needs to get to the line. They're still getting plays called in from the sideline. 2-by-2 formation again. Ball spotted at the far side hash. Byerly takes a 5-step drop, steps up in the pocket, throws it deep downfield to the middle of the end zone, and it is caught but out of bounds. And it did end up getting dropped. Peyton Olson went up to try and get it with 4 seconds remaining in the half. Olson had a good shot at it, but I believe it just led him too far out of bounds. So all of those receivers will have to walk all the way back to the line of scrimmage. The ball is spotted at the 30-yard line, so it would be about a 47, 46-yarder from right here, but it would be into the wind. Well, the wind is not playing that big of a factor right now. Now with only 8 seconds left to get a playoff, Westminster finally breaks the huddle. 4 seconds to get the playoff. 3, 2, 1. They're going to finally get the playoff. It's a screen pass out left to Helsel, who gets across the 25 and is brought down inside the 20, and that is how the first half ends. Westminster tried to drive down the field and nearly got some points, but instead they go to the half trailing 28-0. Everybody staying out on the field. Unneeded fouls. So 28-0 going into the half. We'll be back with the second half action right here on the Blue Jays Sports Network.
good? Westminster College has adopted a gender-neutral format for homecoming court in order to give all students an opportunity to feel properly represented. Senior students are eligible to be nominated. The top 10 nominees are selected by students to represent the human body. Our first member of the 2023 homecoming court is Summer Boswell. Her parents' names are West and Sandy Boswell. Her major is exercise science and sports management. Her activities are Kappa Kappa Gamma, Panhellenic Council President, Head Resident Advisor, Student Government Association, Student Ambassadors, Alpha Lambda Delta, Order of Omega, Omicron Delta Kappa. Her dream job is working for a professional sports team. Her hobbies are reading and spending time with friends. Her role model is her grandma, and her favorite Westminster memory is running down the hill on sorority bid day. Our next homecoming court member is Jason Riley. He is the son of Robert and Christina Riley. His major is accounting with minors in finance and mathematical data science. Activities are president of Alpha Order, Schools of Seven, Alpha Chi, freshman mentoring, vice president of Pi Mu Epsilon Math Honor Society, Blue Blazers, Order of Omega. Dream job is public accountant and a baseball coach. His hobbies are playing and watching baseball and Sudoku. His role model is his father. His favorite Westminster memory is raising $20,000 as a fraternity and presenting an all-terrain track chair to a wounded veteran and bonfires at the KA House. Our next member is Emily Esquivel. She is the daughter of John and Carmen Esquivel. Her major is computer science and digital media. Her activities are the Westminster softball team, Campus Activities Board, Student Government Association, and the Student Athlete Advisory Committee. Her dream job is to be a DJ for Pitbull. Her hobbies are DJ for Pitbull. Role model is her godmother, Erica Leon. Her favorite Westminster memory is during a softball game her freshman year. She was the winning run against Wash U, which was a huge win for them. Our next member is Maddie Marrero. She is the daughter of Amy and Tony Marrero. Her majors are global and transnational studies and political science with a certificate in nonprofit management. Her activities are SGA president, Westminster softball captain, Kappa Alpha Theta, Panhellenic Council, International Club, Omicron Delta Kappa, Chi Alpha Sigma, and Order of Omega. Her dream job is either a ghost hunter or a dog walker. Her hobbies are spending time with her friends and visiting new places. Her role model is her grandma, and her favorite Westminster memory is getting to live with her best friends and getting to travel with them for softball games. Our next member is Emma Geyer. She is the daughter of Brian and Geyer and Lena Whitehead. Her majors are elementary and early childhood education. Activities are women's volleyball, Kappa Kappa Gamma, Education Association, Kappa Delta Pi Education Honors Society. Her dream job is Taylor Swift's assistant. Hobbies is that she likes to travel and spend time with friends and family. Her role model is her mom, and her favorite Westminster memory is meeting her best friend, Maddie Link, freshman year. Our next member is Quinn Van Dyke. He is the son of Doug and Tracy Van Dyke. His majors are accounting, finance, and financial planning. His activities are men's soccer, Delta Tau Delta Fraternity, Schools of Seven, Blue Blazers Investment Committee, Student Ambassadors, and Alpha Lambda Delta Honor Society. His dream job is a financial planner. His hobbies are going for walks or hikes outdoors, working out, traveling, and spending time with his fraternity brothers, friends, and family. His role model is his parents for all the hard work they have put into their careers. His favorite Westminster memory is traveling with Blue Blazers Investment Committee to New York City in the spring of 2023. On this trip, he was able to gain real-world experience in the financial services industry and create unforgettable memories. Our next member is Heather Ripperger. She is the daughter of Tammy and Keith Ripperger. Her majors are biochemistry with a biological emphasis. Activities are president of Kappa Kappa Gamma, president of Tri Beta Honor Society, Blue Blazers chief marketing officer, student ambassadors, and peer health. Her dream job is a biochemist. Her hobbies are reading, hiking, teaching her cat tricks, cards, listening to music, spending time with family and friends, and thrifting. Her role model is Ashlyn LaFlamme and Zoe Merkel, her great friends and former Westminster students. Her favorite Westminster memory is going to the events in the Brick District. Our next member is Ben Skeeve. He is the son of Scott and Krista Skeeve. His majors are finance and business administration. His activities are men's golf, Blue Blazers Investment Committee, student ambassador, Schools of Seven, Delta Tau, Delta Fraternity. His dream job is Zach Bryan's guitarist. His hobbies are playing golf and shredding the guitar. His role models are the greatest mom and dad ever, as they're in the crowd today. His favorite Westminster memory is celebrating Quinn and I's 21st birthday with Don Lofi and Steve Tyrell. Our next member is Lindsay Bennett. She is the daughter of Jim and Mulaney Bennett. Her majors are history and political science. Her activities are Kappa Alpha Theta, Alpha Chi, Phi Alpha Delta Pre-Law, Freshman Mentor, Rimley, and peer tutoring. Her dream job is an attorney. Her hobbies are reading, music, and traveling. Her role model is her grandma Cindy. Her favorite Westminster memory is the column ceremony freshman year or spending alumni weekend with her family. Our last member is Andrew Lurkins. He is the son of Rhonda and Kevin Lurkins. His major is exercise science. His activities are student government, resident advisor, Phi Delta Theta, and Blue Blazers. His dream job is a physical therapist. His hobbies are golf, listening to music, and watching sports. His role model is his dad. His favorite Westminster memory is Friday night bonfires. Crowning the homecoming royalty is Miranda Nelson, special events cab chair. Congratulations to the 2023 homecoming royalty, Andrew Lurkins and Jason Riley. Round of applause for all our homecoming court.
longer the recent high school graduate. Almost half of all college students in the United States are age 24 or older, and they have busy lifestyles. They have families, they work part-time jobs or full-time jobs, and they want to earn a college degree. As you could imagine, the traditional college experience just doesn't work for them. Westminster College has a rich history of excellence in cultivating leaders, and now we can take that experience beyond our campus. We're proud to announce the launch of Westminster Online. It's designed to be flexible and to meet your needs. This program runs in back-to-back 7-week sessions, so you can finish your degree faster. It's 100% online, so you can attend class on your schedule. You can choose to major in either business administration, organizational leadership, or in psychology. Westminster Online is affordable, and if you need to pause your studies because life happens, you can do that. You're able to sit out a session and then come back when you're ready. Check out our website at wcmo.edu to learn more.
Welcome back to Fulton and a 28-0 game where Greenville leads this one big. It was a one-sided first half that really just saw Greenville march down the field time and time again. They got big play after big play, finishing with 251 yards of total offense. Also defensively, they were able to get to the quarterback twice. And the real big stat right there is third down conversions. Greenville, 3 of 6. Westminster, 2 of 7 on third downs. Greenville was able to convert on those big plays. So here comes the Westminster kickoff unit, getting you set for the second half. Dominic Feast back to return for the Panthers, standing at his own 11-yard line. Hover on to kick. Has it teed up at the 35, and he boots it away. An end-over-end kick. Feast fields it at the 13. Cuts it upfield across the 25. Stutter steps across the 30, gets to the 35, and is finally pushed out of bounds. That was not Feast. That was a new returner in the game. And a little late pushing and shoving at the sideline, at the Greenville sideline. That was Cortland Harris, the returner. Big number 26 with a good return. So back out to work is this offense, and Paul Garrett, who had one of the better statistical halves that I personally has ever seen. 11 attempts on the half for 163 yards. And on the return, Westminster is called for a personal foul. So they start the half with a personal foul, and trailing 28-0. Greenville has shop set up in Westminster territory. Peyton Bates back out to work for a second half. He was 5 of 12 for 95 yards, a touchdown and an interception in that first half. He starts in the pistol with 2 receivers split out right. And in the backfield with him is Adrian Hinton. The give up the middle is to Hinton, who cuts it upfield off tackle left and gets across the 35 to the 43-yard line. So cuts the down and distance in half. Just underway here in the third quarter. 14:32 on the clock right now. Second down and 6 to go after the run by Adrian Hinton, who wasn't predominantly featured in this offense in that first half. Only 2 carries for 10 yards. Second down. It's a pistol formation for Bates, who spins out and rolls to the right. He drops it off for his tight end in the flat to the right across the 40, makes a man miss, and gets tackled down at the 37-yard line. That was to Hinton, who breaks a tackle into the second level across the 30, has a first down, and gets to the 25-yard line of Westminster. The running game of these Panthers just continues to move the football efficiently. And now they can really just take their time and let the time drain out of this football game. They're still lined up to go with 19 seconds on the play clock. Bates has a play fake, rolls out to the right, drops it off. Cervantes again in the right flat. He gets across the 15, gets inside the 10, fighting for the pylon inside the 5, and he's out of bounds at the 1. A flag came in, I believe, right as the ball was being thrown. The flag sits all the way back at the 29-yard line at the near side hash. Greenville with a big play to Cervantes, who has been getting involved early. And it's an ineligible man downfield against Greenville. So this one comes back. The penalty drives them backwards and erases another big play. Greenville leads 28-0, but they could be leading by a lot more right now if it weren't for a couple of big penalties. So Cervantes gets a pair of targets to open up the half, but only one counts. Ball spotted at the 30-yard line of Westminster. First down and 15. Bates in the pistol with Hinton right behind him. Claps his hands. Now we'll change the play at the line of scrimmage. Looks over to his sideline, gets it. It's a play fake. He throws a slant over the middle. It's caught at the 24-yard line and dragged down at the 23 or 22. That was Delray Crowder running a slant route and got nearly a first down. An 11-yard gain on first down. So second down and short for the Panthers, who really just have been able to move the ball at will today. Now 7 for 14 for 113 yards for Bates, who throws a screen pass out left, and it's incomplete. It was off target. Matt Tiger was trying to get the football, who comes up limping. It was a screen pass, and he threw it low, and it looked like Tiger kind of got clipped by a corner out there. And it's third down and 3 after the incomplete pass. Brown back into the game at wide receiver. He stands in the slot to the right. Bates comes out in the pistol with Hinton right behind him. Stens Brown in motion from right to left. It's a jet sweep to Brown, who gets outside. 20, 15 has the first down and gets pushed out of bounds by Brandt at the 13-yard line. A jet sweep to the dynamic T.J. Brown out of Pine Bluff, Arkansas, as carries into this game. 18 carries for 113 yards rushing, and then receiving as 18 catches for 164. Gets involved in both. So first and 10 from the Westminster 11-yard line. The 12-yard line of Westminster. Ball spotted at the near side hash. They tried to drum offsides. Now 10 on the play clock. Bates takes the pistol snap, give up the middle to Hinton, who's hit in the backfield and dragged down. Devin Mueller coming off the edge to make the tackle for a loss. Devin Miller has been a tackle for loss machine this year for Westminster, tied for first in the conference in tackles for a loss. He has 12 of them entering today, in addition to 39 tackles and 2 sacks. Here they come in the pistol once again. Bates, they give up the middle to Hinton, who has a hole off tackle left. He gets hit at the 15. He powers forward to about the original line of scrimmage at the 14. And that brings up third down. Third down and 11 for Greenville. 3-by-1 formation it looks like they're going to start in, with trips to the near side, but Cervantes might line up at that tight end position, and he does. So Brown motions from left to right. He'll line up on the right side, 2-by-1 formation, trips to that far side. Bates calls a man in motion formation from left to right. It's Crowder who gets the jet sweep carry, tries to get to the edge, and he's tackled down. Tackled down at the 10-yard line, and Westminster has a stop. It's fourth down. He only got 2 or 3 yards on the play. Gain of 3. So that's fourth down and 9, and Greenville trots out the kicking unit. So here comes Lucas Hiermo back out to kick. Perfect 4 for 4 on extra points today. Has not attempted a field goal. On the season, he's 5 of 6 with a long of 33 yards. He missed from 36 last week. He has it at the far side hash. Good snap, good hold. The right-handed end-over-end kick is up, and it is good. Hiermo nails a field goal to push the lead to 31-0 with 9:32 remaining in the third quarter. We'll step aside right here on the Blue Jays Sports Network. 31-0, Greenville leads, and Guillermo has it teed up at the 35-yard line, looking to get us back underway. Westminster's offense will come out for their first drive of the second half after having some success on their last drive of the first half. We'll see if they can get anything going. Teal back to return. And he has it lined up and boots it away. It's for Elijah Teal at the 15-yard line. He fields it on the fly. 25-30, bounces it outside, breaks a tackle with a stiff arm. 35, gets to the far sideline to about the 40-yard line, and Elijah Teal has another good return. Along the far sideline, we saw a couple of Greenville Gunners crash into the far sideline, and one of them goes down late. It looks like he fell down because he got shoved, and a flag is out. Anytime we've seen any of these players go into their opposite sideline, we've seen flags come out. It's been a chippy game so far. Esperanza was the player that went down. It looked like he might have sold it a little bit. Personal foul against Westminster and their sideline, and that will wipe off the board the big return. So 9:23 remains in the third quarter. 31-0 Greenville lead. And back out to work is Peyton Byerly. He stands in the shotgun with two receivers to the left and one to the right. The give up the middle is to Helsel, who powers forward, tries to get to the 31, barely got a yard, and it's second down. This Blue Jay offense in that first quarter really struggled. In that first half really struggled. 7 for 18 for Byerly with an interception and no touchdowns. Jordan Kern had 5 carries for 33 yards. Ripped off that 18-yard run within 2 minutes to go of that end of the first half. Really where they've only found success has been Peyton Byerly tucking it and running it out of structure. So second down and 10 for the Blue Jays. 2 receivers to the near side, that is also the field side, 1 to the left. Play fake, Byerly throws over the middle, incomplete. It was a miscommunication with his receiver, Brandon Perry. And it's third down and 10. Perry ran a 7-yard out route, and Byerly threw it to him like he was trying to run a slant route. So it's third and 10 for Westminster, and Greenville will substitute out a defensive lineman, a couple of defensive linemen, and bring in an extra DB. 4-man front for Greenville. Excuse me, 3-man front, 4-man front for Greenville. Byerly in the shotgun. 2-by-2 formation. He drops back, looks, pump fakes, throws it deep down the near side. He leaps up and makes the catch. Peyton Olson caught it at the 50-yard line, skied for the catch, and brought it down at the 46-yard line. And he went down with the football. But there is a flag down back behind the original line of scrimmage, kind of in the area of holding. Referees congregating together. Ooh. So referees getting together, and here's the call. So after the play, it was a dead ball personal foul against Greenville, against Thomas Lanier. He leads the UMAC in sacks, but costs his team dearly there, and Westminster is pushed forward, and they get some more yards on top of the big play. It was after the play was over, so a big throw to Peyton Olson. That gets the Blue Jays to the 30-yard line. Byerly starts in the shotgun, 2-by-2 formation with Helsel in the backfield to his right. 4-man front, but 2 linebackers on the field for Greenville. They bring a blitz off the corners. Byerly throws over the middle, a wobbler that is incomplete. He tried to skip it into Elijah Teal that nearly dove for the football and brought it up, but couldn't quite do it. 8:06 remains here in this third quarter. 31-0. The score, Panthers lead. Greenville has been able to win in pretty much all phases of this one. So 3-by-1 formation, trips to the far side. Byerly in the shotgun, Helsel to his right, King the lone receiver to the right. Drops back, 3-step drop, steps up in the pocket, escaping the pocket, getting out and getting a gain of about 1. Brought down at the 30-yard line, and I don't think he did get across the line of scrimmage. So 3rd down and 10 now for the Blue Jays. Helsel checks out of the game. Billups checks in at running back. This Westminster team taking their time. 7.5 minutes remain in the third quarter. Now Greenville, a late substitution here. Westminster hurried up there. They could have caught them with 12 men on the field. But instead, Byerly barks out signals, takes the shotgun snap, and it looks like there was movement up front before the snap. It gets blown dead, and a flag comes in from the line judge. So it is a false start against Trey King, the wide receiver. He was the lone receiver to the right, and that pushes him back 5 yards, and it's 3rd and 15. Westminster has just struggled today. It has not been their day, but not exactly everything has gone their way. From the shotgun, Byerly comes out in the same formation, 3-by-1 with trips to the far side. Lone receiver is King to the right. Billups the back. Claps his hands. They bring a blitz. He's got to get it out quick. Fades backwards, escapes the pocket out to the left. Still has time to throw. Heaves it downfield deep, and it's intercepted.
Intercepted.
And it was intercepted by Greenville.
By number 26, Cortland Harris.
Harris was the benefactor of a wobbly throw down the far sideline by Byerly, who appeared to have Perry open. And Greenville takes over as he immediately went out of bounds at the 31-yard line. And with 6:37 remaining, Greenville takes over. Offense back out to work, starting from the far side hash. You got 2 receivers split out to the right, with an H-back on the formation. In the backfield is Paul Garrett. In motion from right to left is Brown. He throws it over the middle, and it's incomplete. It was a play fake to the jet sweep Brown, and they tried to sneak out Aaron Frost over the middle, who got overthrown by Bates. It pretty much worked. Frost had a lot of separation, and he just couldn't come down with it. They tried to dump it over the middle, and that is an incomplete pass. 2nd and 10. From the shotgun, Bates with Garrett to his right. 2 receivers to the right, and a tight end on the formation to the left. The give up the middle is to Garrett, who bounces it outside, makes a man miss. A stiff arm at the 25, gets across the 30, gets across the 35, and is finally pushed out of bounds at the 40.
That's good for a first down.
Paul Garrett, have a day. He has been so good throughout this entire season. Again, leads the conference in rushing by over 300 yards. Now up over 148 yards on the game and over 1,000 yards on the season. He entered the game with 906 yards. It's a play fake. He throws it out wide to the far side. It's Brown who cuts up field on a screen pass, gets across the 45, cuts it inside at the 45, and is tackled down at the 47-yard. 2nd down and 3 after a gain of 7.
Gain of 7.
So 2nd down and 3 coming up. Bates 8 for 17 for 120 yards, a touchdown and an interception on the game. And a lot of his attempts have been in the gadget play, in the gadget department. It's a jet sweep to the right to Brown, who cuts it upfield after getting the screen on the previous play, gets across the 50, and is finally stood up at the 46-yard line of Westminster. So once again, Greenville gets into Westminster territory and works looking to extend this lead further. 31-0 the score. Approaching 5 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter. Ball spotted at the far hash. Westminster's defensive front, a 4-man front right now with a pair of linebackers, with a trio of linebackers. Bates in the pistol. The give up the middle is to Garrett, who hesitates, bounces it outside, trying to hit the sideline at the near side, and is wrapped up. He got across the 50, got back to the line of scrimmage, and then pushed out of bounds at the 46-yard line. Boy, even the gains of 1 yard are quite adventurous for Paul Garrett, who just finds ways to create space for himself. It was a gain of 2 on a play that was pretty well stood up by this defensive front of Westminster. 3 receivers split out to the right, none to the left. Pistol formation for Bates with Garrett flanking him. That's Hinton now into the game. It's a play action fake. He drops back plenty of time, throws over the middle. It's caught at the 35 by Crowder, who dives forward to the 31-yard line. 1st down for Greenville. Pickup of about 15 yards. Crowder came streaking over the middle of the field on a crossing route all by himself. Crowder with his 5th catch of the game for 49 yards. The team leader today in receptions. Now 3.5 minutes remain in the 3rd quarter. Bates in a split pistol formation. Hinton behind him. The give up the middle is to Hinton, who finds space across the 30, stiff arms a man across the 25, dives forward, gets out of bounds, loses the football, but it trickles out of bounds at the 24-yard line. And 2nd down and 3, so a gain of 7 on that 1st down run by Hinton. And this is quite the 1-2 punch that they have going throughout this year. More on that in a second. Shotgun for Garrett with Hinton to his right. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. It's a play fake. He rolls out to the right, drops it off to the flat for Cervantes, who just dropped the football. He had it in his hands at the 25 at the flat, but instead it's 3rd and 3. Greenville hasn't had everything go their way in this game. There's been drops, there's been penalties, crossing out big plays, but they just have found a way, despite the adversity, to come through and really dominate this game. 35-0, and credit head coach Robbie Schumacher in his 11th year as head coach. Bates in the shotgun. Hinton the back behind him now. He shifts behind him into the pistol. It's a play fake. It was a read option on a jet sweep, and Westminster read it perfectly. He was trying to give it to Brown, on the outside, but Bates gets stood up in the backfield.
Tackle for no gain by number 11.
And it was Devin Miller exploding into the backfield to make the stop. So on 4th down and 5 after the loss of 2, Greenville appears to be keeping their offense out there. They're in that no man's land between field goal range and punting range. So 4th and 5 is something that a lot of coaches will go for. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Bates in the pistol. He rolls out to his right. Designed rollout, chased out, throws it down the sideline. It's tipped and intercepted. Dawson Brandt makes the pick. It doesn't really matter, but Brandt gets credit for another interception, his 4th of the year along the far sideline, and Westminster takes over there at the 24-yard line. Dawson Brandt with active hands. So such a good linebacker with great sideline-to-sideline speed. Sometimes isn't the most secure of tacklers, but, man, he can get into the backfield and really blow up a play. And there he showed his coverage ability. So Byerly comes out in the shotgun with Helsel standing to his left. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Ball spotted at the far side hash. Greenville with a 3-man front, looking like they're going to drop back into coverage. The give is to Helsel, who's immediately chased out wide to the left, stops, and is wrapped up at the 11-yard line, continues to give ground, and is brought down at the 12-yard line. Helsel had nowhere to go, but just continued to make it worse on himself by giving up more and more ground, going backwards, trying to make a play, and it's 2nd and very, very long. 2nd and 22 officially. Approaching a minute left in the 3rd quarter. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. The lone receiver to the left is Brandon Perry. Byerly in the shotgun with Jordan Kern to his left. 4-man front for Greenville. It's a play fake to Kern. A quick throw outside to the left. That's Bach, who catches it at the 15, cuts up field, and gets to the 19-yard line. So gain of about 5 on the play. 3rd down and give or take 17. 33 seconds remaining in the quarter. Bach with his first catch of the day is also doubling as the backup quarterback today. Saw him warming up pregame out with the 2nd string offense. So on 3rd and 17, this might be the final play of the 3rd quarter. Shotgun formation for Byerly. Claps his hands, and it looks like there was movement up front. Greenville is pointing towards Westminster. Westminster's pointing towards Greenville. And it's a false start against Westminster. So that pushes them back an extra 5 yards. So that cancels out the Bach completion on the previous play and pushes them back to 3rd down and 22. And that is how the 3rd quarter comes to an end. Well, Westminster only gave up 3 in the quarter on a slow-moving, fast, time-wise 3rd quarter. We head to the 4th. It's 31-0 Panthers on the Blue Jays Sports Network. Welcome back to Mueller Stadium. Start of the 4th quarter. It's 31-0 Greenville as Westminster faces a 3rd down and 20 from their own 19-yard line, looking to change their fortunes today. 3-by-1 formation with trips to the far side. Kern in the backfield with Byerly. The lone receiver to the near side is Trey King, facing a four-man front for Greenville, who shows blitz with one linebacker. But now they'll back off at the snap. Byerly takes a 5-step drop, fading back towards his own goal line, gets outside, looks, throws it deep downfield. King is there, but he's overthrown. King was standing at the 45-yard line with a bit of separation, but it just fluttered over his head, over everybody's head. And it's 4th down and 20 for Westminster, and Dawson Brandt will return to the field to punt it away. And back deep to return is Paul Garrett, the star running back who is very close to surpassing 200 yards on the game. He's going to be returning a punt in the 4th quarter of a 31-0 blowout. Brandt stands at his own goal line, the punter, as Greenville looks to try and rush him. Good snap. Punt is away. A line drive spiraling kick that hits at the 50. It's scooped up by Garrett at the 44-yard line of Westminster. Crosses the 50, gets outside across the 45, cuts upfield at the 40, and gets out of bounds at the 35. Really good return from Garrett, who fielded it on a hop and ended up turning it into good field position for Greenville, who continues to show a ton of energy along their sideline. So 14:38 remains in the game, 31-0 Greenville, and we'll see if their first string offense is back out there. In the huddle, it looks like Mebick, the backup quarterback, is in there. I don't see Peyton Bates quite yet, and there he is. He will break the huddle as the quarterback. So the first string offense returns to the field for the Panthers, and they start at the Westminster 35-yard line. Garrett in the backfield with Bates, who stands in the pistol. 3-by-1 formation, trips to the right side. Ball spotted at the far hash. Takes the snap, drops back. He throws a screen out to Garrett, who's wide open in the left flat. Cuts it upfield 25-20, gets inside the 15, and is finally pushed out of bounds at the 10-yard line, maybe inside the 10. They'll spot it at the 10-yard line of Westminster, and Garrett continues to bring so much value to this offense. Well, actually spotted at the 6. It's hard to see from our vantage point where he did go out of bounds. So it's a 1st and goal for Greenville from the Westminster 6-yard line, looking to get back into the end zone. 31-0 is their lead with 14 minutes remaining. Pistol formation. Bates comes out. It's the give up the middle to the backup running back Hinton, who surges forward across the 5 and is stood up at the 4 or the 3-yard line. So Hinton, the backup running back, comes in, and don't discredit what he's done today. He's got 6 carries on the day, averaging 4.5 yards per carry. Has done a great job of getting Garrett a rest when he does need it. Hinton remains in the game, stands to Bates's right, he stands right behind Bates, who's in the pistol. Motion man across the formation is Brown, who then gets into the backfield. It's a play fake. The throw out to the flat for Brown, who walks into the end zone. Brown was wide open on the left flat, and Bates was able to find him. That is Bates's 12th touchdown pass of the year, and the Panthers take a 37-0 lead. Three-yard touchdown pass. Bates' second of the game. And back out to attempt the extra point is Guillermo. Snap is away. Good snap. Good hold. The right-footed kick flutters up, and it is good. So 38-0 our score with 13:06 remaining in the ball game. We'll step aside on the Blue Jays Sports Network. And we're about ready to return to action here. Hieromo has it teed up. Elijah Teal back to return for Westminster along with McFarland. Kick is away. High end over end kick. Fielded by Teal at the 15. He cuts it upfield across the 25 and is spun down at the 30-yard line, but fights for a little bit extra and gets to the 33-yard line. Elijah Teal, when he can catch that football, he is a dangerous return man once he gets into space. It's just sometimes ball security can be an issue for him. So with 12:50 remaining in the game, Westminster's offense tries to take something positive out of this one. Byerly back out to work in a split pistol formation with Billups, the running back, behind him. Claps his hands, gives to Billups up the middle, runs right at the left tackle, and gets stood up for a gain of 1 or 2. Outside of a couple of plays to end the first half, Westminster's run game has struggled in this game. Byerly has a couple of nice scrambles getting to the outside, but Kern 5 for 33 with that long of 18. So outside of that one rush, he's struggled a bit today. Billups 7 carries for 14 yards. He remains in the backfield here. Another pistol look. Play fake. He dumps it off short to Perry on a curl route, who catches it at the 41-yard line and immediately goes down. Gain of 5 yards on first down, or on second down, so that brings up 3rd and short for the Blue Jays. 3rd and 2, about 2.5 actually. Byerly slow to get back out onto the field after getting the play call. Play clock at 15. They break the huddle there. Ball spotted at the near side hash. Byerly in another split pistol look. One receiver right, one to the left. He takes the snap, immediately gets pressured, throws a slant over the middle, and it's caught by Amir Martin at the 47-yard line. Amir Martin getting involved, his first catch of the game. He's been in a couple of times today, but hasn't gotten targeted. And there he does for the first time today. I believe he actually did get targeted back in that first half. So 10th completion of the game for Byerly. 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line. Takes the snap, give up the middle to Kern, who fights through the first level, gets to the second level across the 50, and gets taken down at the opposite 47-yard line. So 2nd down and about 6 after a gain of about 4. It's always interesting to see which Westminster running back has success, because they will heavily use all 3 at a given time, Helsel, Billups, and Kern. And from week to week, it seems to shift from back to back that has the most success. A lot of times it is Billups, but Kern today has been the most effective runner for them. Split pistol formation, ball spotted at the eye of the Blue Jay. Low snap, and Byerly fields it on a hop, and immediately whistles come in. Are they going to say Byerly fielded it on one knee?
Quarterback Byerly down to it.
Yes, they are. So Byerly went down to a knee to field the snap that came in on a hop. So DJ Schneider, the center, just skipped it into him. And with 10 minutes remaining in the third quarter, it's now 3rd and 10. So from the 47-yard line, it's an I formation for Byerly. The give is to Kern between the tackles, bounces it outside to the right, across the 50, across the 45, has a first down inside the 40-yard line for Greenville. And Jordan Kern continues to have little bursts that really just impress you today. So ball spotted at the 40-yard line of Greenville. Kern now with that 12-yard run, and now it looks like there's a player that dropped down to a knee. So that's a timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. It's 38-0 Greenville. They lead in the fourth quarter here on the Blue Jays.
Students create and curate exhibitions, design programs, ask challenging questions, and above all, blend history, heritage, and culture in a way that informs and inspires. We invite you to join us at Westminster and be a part of history in a way that not only preserves the past, but through the power of museums, helps to build a better future.
Westminster looking to get down the field in a 38-0 game right now as they trail in this one. It's been a tough day for the Blue Jays, but Jordan Kern has been a bright spot for them so far. 7 carries for 53 yards. A pair of bigger runs for him that have really inflated that, but he does come out in spurts and is able to get a bit of space. So 1st and 10 here after converting on 3rd and 10 thanks to the Kern run. I formation for Byerly. Kern in the backfield as the running back, 1 wide receiver to the left, 1 to the right. Ball spotted at the far hash. 4-man front for Greenville with 2-3 linebackers on the field. Byerly drops back into a 5-step drop, throws over the middle for Martin, who's hit hard by a linebacker and goes down in a heap at the 34-yard line. That's the danger of throwing those slant routes. Martin just got popped. So a gain of about 3 or 4 on the play. Westminster continues to move the ball forward. They're a pretty slow-moving offense. And if you look at time of possession, it's not that big of a difference. In a 38-0 game, you'd expect time of possession to be pretty off. I formation for Byerly again. Give up the middle to Kern, who bursts into the second level across the 25, across the 20, and is finally caught from behind at the 19-yard line. Kern with a good rush up the middle as he's started to really turn it on here in the fourth quarter. But Westminster has possessed the ball for 22 minutes and Greenville 25. Normally, again, you'd expect that to be a lot different in a blowout like this, but Westminster's been able to hold on to the ball, and that's mainly because they've worked pretty slowly. Kern in the backfield. Byerly, play fake to him, rolls out to the left. He needs to get it away, and he throws it away along the near sideline.
Thrown away by quarterback number 12.
And there's another injured Panther down on the field. And that is Xavier Mix down. And we'll step aside. It's 38-0 Greenville on the Blue Jays Sports Network.
Financial planning is one of those careers that rewards you with your own professional accomplishment as well as a deep mental satisfaction from helping your clients directly. For example, as a financial planning professional, you'll help your clients in developing such personal financial plans as estate planning and retirement planning. Our curriculum also aligns well with the CFP Board's learning outcomes. Here at Westminster, you can also pursue a dual degree in financial planning and finance to further your career.
Westminster driving down the field, looking to avoid the shutout today. Just inside 8 minutes remaining in this one. Byerly starts under center. 38-0 Greenville. Kern in the field. It's a play fake to him. He drops back into a 7-step drop, throws it deep to the middle of the end zone, and it is intercepted in the end zone. Now taking it back out of the end zone across the 10-yard line, and Byerly gets picked for the second time today.
By number 30.
It was Tyree Owens, the freshman, on the interception out of Stockton, California. was able to jump the route. He was looking for Brandon Perry, who had a bit of separation, but just wasn't able to put enough power behind it and kind of fluttered into the end zone. So Westminster's drive once again stalls out in the red zone. They've been the best team in the UMAC in the red zone this year, 6 for 7 entering today, and they're 0 for 2 today. So 7:47 remains in this one. And once again, here comes the offense of Greenville, but this time they have a new look. It's Heath Niebick, the quarterback, on the field with Colby Bradley, the running back, behind him. The draw up the middle out of the pistol. He gets across the 15, across the 20, bounces it outside, finally caught from behind across the 25 to the 28-yard line. Excuse me, that is Bradley. They have a pair of running backs that they like to bring in these situations. Dominic Esperanza, the other one, and he is in the game. He's lined up at the near side in the slot right now. Bradley in the backfield right behind Niebick. Sends Esperanza in motion from right to left. It's a play fake, an option play out to the left, and Esperanza drops it. He gets back on it. A flag flies. Esperanza got back on it at the 25-yard line. It would have been a loss of 4. Westminster looks like they're pointing out a hold potentially. Connor Vaughn made that indication over towards his sideline. Referees are huddled together at the far side half of the 25-yard line. Still awaiting a call here, and penalties really haven't affected one team or the other more or less. 7 penalties for 85 yards for Greenville, 11 for 95 for Westminster as they break the huddle. And there's no flag, so successful play for Westminster, who drive them back 4 yards against the second string offense of Greenville. So 2nd and 14 for the Panthers, or 2nd and 15, excuse me. In the backfield is Esperanza and Bradley standing to either side of Niebick. Takes the snap. Give is outside. It's a pitch play out to the right for Esperanza, who's hit at the 20, fights through that tackle, gets across the 25-yard line, and is brought down at the 27. Dawson Brandt got into the backfield to hit him initially, but couldn't quite finish the tackle. So it's a gain of about 3 yards, and it's 3rd and 12.
Blue Jay fans to get loud for a 3rd down.
Niebick getting the play from his sideline. Each of these teams staring towards their respective sidelines, and finally has it. He fades back into the pistol with Bradley right behind him. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, a tight end on the formation to the left side. Takes the shotgun snap. He drops back into a 3-step drop, flushed out of the pocket to the left, and throws it into the ground. And now the conversation of whether or not he was outside of the tackle box. Each of the referees having a conversation. Not that it matters too much right now. And there is no intentional grounding on the field. So with 6:01 remaining, here comes the punting unit for Greenville. They haven't been too active, but Luke Mueller, the punter, was consistently launching 60-yard punts in warm-ups going this direction from left to right with the wind at his back. He stands at the 12-yard line of Westminster with the ball spotted at the 27. Snap gets there. The kick is on the way. An end-over-end shorter kick that hits at the 42 and goes into Westminster territory. It's picked up by Teal, who gets the outside, gets across the 50-yard line, and goes out of bounds at the 49. Elijah Teal, a bit of a risky pickup there as he chased the loose ball. If he were to not been able to corral that, it would have been Greenville in deep into Westminster territory, but instead he picks it up and returns it back for a solid gain. Blue Jays once again looking to avoid the shutout today. And there's a new quarterback in the game for Westminster. It's Ian Bach, the usual tight end. Comes out in the shotgun with Trace Helsel, the running back to his right. Bach wearing 87. He gives up the middle to Helsel, who gets across the 50 and barely got back to the line of scrimmage to the 49-yard line. Bach wearing 87 does not look like a quarterback back there, especially given the fact that he is 6'2", and just overall a big man. So 2nd down and 7 for Westminster. Bach in the shotgun, 3-by-1 formation, trips to the far side. Ball spotted at the near hash. Bach takes the snap, give up the middle, and immediately stood up. Couldn't tell who the running back was on that play. And it is Helsel. So Landon Yardley, newly into the game for Westminster, takes that carry for no gain. And now they face a 3rd down and 9. They break the huddle. And now Bach in the shotgun. 3-by-1 formation with trips to the short side, to the near side. Bach rolls out to the right, chucks it downfield, a jump ball that is caught. Caught inside the 30-yard line and pushed out of bounds is Peyton Olson. Excuse me, Aiden Campbell. Aiden Campbell came down with a jump ball and was immediately pushed out of bounds, but that's one of the bigger plays Westminster's offense has had. So they're set up from the 30-yard line. Still the first-team offense out there as they look to continue to run this down. And he gives up the middle on the outside, getting outside across the 25. Across the 20 is Landon Yardley on another carry, and he got about 10 yards. Yardley bounced it outside. It was initially supposed to go in between the tackles to the right, but he bounced it outside and hit the edge hard and got it to the 21-yard line. So a 2nd down and 1 coming up for Westminster. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right against a 4-man front of Greenville with 2 linebackers. Takes a low snap. Bach drops back, flushed out to the right, looks, pump fakes, and drops the football. He was hit, and he just dropped the football on the ground, and it's covered by Westminster. Yardley came in to dive on the football, and with 3 minutes left, the Blue Jays will face, instead of a 2nd and 1, they face a 3rd and medium to long. Bach really had nowhere to throw that ball, and he decided to hold on to it. That's a ball that he's probably got to throw away. And now looks like referees huddling together, perhaps discussing whether or not it was a pass. It doesn't really matter given that they're going to drop a flag down. It's intentional grounding if it is a flag, but it doesn't matter because it's no matter what, it's 3rd down and 8 or 9, and they'll break the huddle. So it is intentional grounding against Westminster. And that drives them back a little bit further. So 3rd down and 8 becomes 3rd and 13. 3-by-1 formation, trips to the near side. Bach in the shotgun with Yardley standing to his right. He drops back, throws it deep down the far sideline, and it is incomplete. He overthrew his intended receiver, who was running a go route, and with 2:38 remaining, Westminster looks like they're going to keep the offense out there. Elijah Teal was the intended target, streaking down that far side. 4th and 13. Blue Jays looking to try and avoid the shutout from the 33-yard line. They got to get to the 20. Bach in the shotgun, claps his hands, drops back into a 5-step drop, throws it deep downfield, and it is caught over the middle by Aiden Campbell at the 11-yard line. Campbell climbed the ladder on a fluttering ball over the middle, but was able to come down with it and has a first down for the Blue Jays. It was at the 10-yard line, so it's 1st and goal now. Bach in the shotgun again with Yardley to his right. 3-by-1 formation, trips to the near side. Ball spotted in between the hashes. Bach takes the shotgun snap, throws over the middle on a slant route, and it's caught by Teal in the end zone. Touchdown, Blue Jays. 10-yard touchdown from Ian Bach to Elijah Teal. And with 2:05 remaining, Westminster on the board for the first time today. And late coming out onto the field is the special teams unit, but finally they're set up and ready to go. It's Hover on to kick. Haven't seen much of him today. Good snap, good hold. Kick is up, and it is wide left. No good. Hover misses his second point after attempt of the year, and with 2:05 remaining, it's 38-6 right now. Theoretically, Greenville can just run the timeout with some kneel downs on this possession, but overall, Westminster is going to drop to 1-7 on the year. This will be their 3rd straight loss, having lost 2 straight to Minnesota Morris. Their 1 win of the season came against Martin Luther, who Greenville actually lost to earlier in the year. This is Greenville's first UMAC win of the year. William Corley is a new kicker for Westminster. He has it teed up at the 35-yard line. Has it ready to go as this wind has picked up once again, and it looks like they're going to try and go on sides here. And whistles come in as the ball rolled off of the tee before the kick. The hands team of Westminster ready to go. There's one man back deep for Greenville. Corley once again on the kick. Kick is away. Onside kick attempt is recovered by the hands team of Greenville. It was Tanner Eubanks, the wide receiver, jumping on that. And that just about does it. 49-yard line is where Greenville will start. Their offense will come back out onto the field, perhaps for just a couple more kneel downs. Peyton Bates was the quarterback that started this game, going 11 of 22 for 166, 2 touchdowns and 2 picks. Instead, it's Niebick back into the game, standing in the shotgun. Motion man across the formation. From right to left is Esperanza, who gets it on a jet sweep, cuts up the field down the sideline, across the 40-yard line, and gets pushed out of bounds for a gain of about 8. A flag came in right around the original line of scrimmage. So they continue to run plays despite this game being well out of reach. And it goes against Greenville. Westminster does have 3 timeouts. I don't expect them to use it, but given the fact that they just went for an onside kick, possibly they will. So here comes this offense. Niebeck in the shotgun. Atkins the running back, and he gets the carry up the middle, and he's tackled down right at the line of scrimmage after a gain of 1. So second down, and Westminster does not look like they're going to use a timeout. Atkins, a freshman running back, standing only at 5'3", 190 pounds. He's a Missouri kid out of Fredericktown. Minute 25 remains in this one. Niebeck in the shotgun with Atkins standing to his right. 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Give up the middle to Atkins, who barrels his way forward up to the 47-yard line and is tackled down there. Akins now has a positive run. Whistles come in pre-snap. 47 seconds remain. Looks like they will just need to run one more play to take this victory down in their 4th victory of the year, their first UMAC win of the year. Atkins, the running back to the right. Give up the middle to him. He bounces it forward, getting into the second level across the 50 to the 45-yard line. Now 15 seconds left. 10 seconds left, and it looks like that will be the final play of the game. Westminster College drops their 7th game of the year, a 38-6 loss against the Greenville Panthers, and it was a complete domination from start to finish. Byerly struggled a bit in this one, 102 yards with 3 interceptions and no touchdowns. Ian Bach came in relief of him, went 3 for 4 with 51 yards, a touchdown, and no interceptions. He came in late in that 4th quarter. Jordan Kern was the leading rusher for Westminster, had 8 carries for 68. And on the other side of the ball for Greenville, it was Paul Garrett's show. It was 14 attempts for him for 193 yards, good for 13.8 yards per carry, and a trio of first half touchdowns for him. Peyton Bates, the quarterback for Greenville, went 11 of 22 for 166, 2 touchdowns and 2 picks, and that is how this game ends. We'd like to thank you so much for joining us for Blue Jay football throughout this year. This is the final home game, which means the final broadcast for us, and we'd like to once again thank you so much for tuning in for our coverage here at Mueller Stadium. My name's Mickey Doolittle saying so long, and we'll see you next year on Blue Jay football on the Blue Jay Sports Network.